It's going to be amazing, I promise you, by day 3 where we're able to take this. What do you think, Jake?
I think it sounds great. Just taking the blanket right off the speakers.
This is a full live mix from start to finish, and you're going to see everything that goes into an industry standard radio ready mix. We're going to leave no stone left unturned, and if you've ever wondered what's holding your own mixes back from sounding professional, this is going to help you get really clear on what that entire process looks like and where you might be skipping steps or not quite getting it up to the same standard that it needs to be. This is actually an extract from a recent virtual event we did with Focusrite, and if you want to learn more about upcoming events just like this one so you can attend them live, I'll leave a link in the description. Okay, let's dive straight in. I'm going to hand you over to Jake Codeweiss now. He's a professional producer and mix engineer, as well as Caleb Lovelace. He's also a professional engineer and our director of education here at mastering.com. You're in good hands, so enjoy.
Today is all about getting everything set up, the session set up, making sure everything's properly organized, but also focusing a lot on the power of gain and volume. I think it's a step that a lot of people skip over. They go right into throwing compressors and EQs on things. We're going to show you today how much you can actually do just with gain and volume, that it is your, in fact, most powerful tool. And once you understand that, it demystifies a lot of the process. It gives you a ton of clarity on things. And then as we go into days 2 and 3, we can work with a ton more intention in the ways that we use EQ and compression and all those things. They're more of a small refinement tool as opposed to a heavy lifting tool if you do the things in day 1 right. So that's the big picture takeaway. We hope you'll really focus on that. And then at the end of every session, so the end of today, I'm going to break down some mastering stuff. We're going to give you some perspective that a mastering engineer would understand about what you're doing in the mixing process that can actually help you be better in your mixing. So stay tuned for that if you're interested in that. But that's how we do it. It's a ton of fun. It's going to be great. We're going to take this song from start to finish. And now I just want to show you the mix we want to fix. This one's kind of special. So this is actually someone who has been on these Fix the Mix events before. They've attended these. A while ago, they reached out to me to do some mixing for them. Just totally aside from all of this. They're called Luma, L-O-M-A. This is their band, really cool. And just I think this is a lot of fun. A lot of times we have, we've had these events, we come with like a pretty polished multi-track, and not to say this isn't polished, but this one's a little more raw, which I think is fun because we'll get to talk about some different things, and Jake will get to talk about some different stuff. So cool. I'll hand it over to Jake. Let's listen through to how we received the multi-track from them. And let's do that right now. Let's check it out.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
Cool. Guys get the idea? A lot of good stuff in here. Needs some editing and needs a good mix, you know? Needs some good editing, needs to be tightened up, and it needs a good mix.
Yeah, and the artist gave us permission. I thought it was there was a lot less in here when we received it, so Dane and I went through and added some of the synths and Mellotron and that kind of stuff just to give you some more to work with. So that was kind of fun. Anyway, they thought that was pretty cool, and they'll keep some of that. Anyway, can you stop share real quick?
Yep.
That's the stuff. What did you hear? What did y'all hear that needs to be done? You were commenting as we were going through, but and I think a lot of that was right. Muddy for sure. Lead vocal a little pitchy, totally. Lack of dynamics, totally.
We don't usually do editing or pitch correction or anything like that on these, so it's going to be a little bit of a new departure for this Fix the Mix, guys. Hope you're excited for that.
That's what I sent to Jake. I was like, it's going to be a little different, but I think that's good. We'll do different stuff, right? Yeah, pitch correction. Drum's not full for sure. Kit needs some work for sure. There's some editing, even maybe a few timing things. Overall, pretty good, but levels and panning for sure. But this is indicative of a multi that you might get from an indie band for sure. That's self-recording, which I'm sure a lot of you are doing that anyway. So this will be applicable. Just wanted to make sure before we start. I know a lot of you have the binder, the cheat sheet binder that we have available for people. And if you're following along with that, most of what we're going to do today, we'll do some editing stuff, which is in the first couple pages here. But mostly be talking about, it's about 3 pages in, volume balancing in 10 simple steps. And it'll be slightly different from the steps here, but pretty close to those. With how we do things. So if you have these and you want to follow along, these are always fun. You guys love these. And if you don't have one and you'd like one, just go ahead and you can order one there. And you can also, when you check out, you can get a digital version as well, so you can follow along in the meantime while that one's getting shipped out to you. So just click that link and you can follow along with that thing if you'd like. Yeah, just click that link, Christian. Cheat sheet binder. You guys love those. Those are a ton of fun. Yeah, okay. Click that link just click that link if you want to get one. It's they're really cheap. We basically just pretty much break even on those just to get those out to you. Yeah, $19. Yep. Cool. Yeah, it comes with a free little live tutorial. You get to talk with somebody live that will walk you through a lot of that stuff, which is really, you like talk to a human being on the phone about it, which is super cool. Who's ready to dive in?
Okay, we got a lot to do here today. So what you guys heard, these are the tracks like just dragged in. I just unzipped the file and or unzipped the file folder and then pulled all the files in. And all the faders right now are at Unity, and this is just how they came into the session. So the first thing that I would do with these tracks is send them back to whoever sent them to me and ask them to follow my naming conventions in my track uploading guidelines. Because we've got stuff here like instrument 1 bounce in place, instrument 1 bounce in place 2, right? All this kind of stuff and audio and stuff like that. When I send things out to clients, I'm sending out like an upload checklist, right? It says, hey, and it specifically says don't name things like audio 1, audio 2, audio 3, name things in a fashion that makes sense to the tracks, right? So,
and to be fair to the artist, all of those were stuff Dane and I did. And I was looking at it about midnight last night, and I said, I'm just going to leave those in there so Jake can complain about it, have something to do.
I'm saying it in a way that's like, hey, I would go back and spank the artist over this. I probably actually, in reality, I probably wouldn't. I would probably just like say, hey, for future projects, do this, this, and that. Right? I'd probably rename it myself because I don't want to start off. It's a relationship thing, right? You don't want to start off like it's the very first thing that you're doing with somebody, especially if it's a new client that you're working with, right? You don't want to be like, hey,
Next time they want you to do something, you're like, hey, by the way, this time, can you name everything for me?
yeah, this time, nah, I'd just be like, hey, I handled all like the tracks and the naming and stuff like that this time. And I wouldn't even mention it until at the end of the project. Like, I would not mention it up front. I just want to keep things like very smooth and very easy because as audio engineers, you know, we're service providers. And customer service is part of the job. It just is. It's just part of the job.
Charge them $1 per track you have to rename. I like that idea.
Well, if you're charging right, this is all going to come out in the wash anyway.
I did that intentional so Jake would have something to talk about, but here we go.
So, you know, we have to figure out what these tracks actually are. That's our first kind of like order of business here. Reordering, kind of organizing things and figuring things out and just kind of like naming stuff. So, you know, you guys are going to see that today. We don't usually show this kind of stuff, but today we are. So this is a Mellotron.
Oh, we named that one.
That's acoustic guitar left.
Dane vocal.
Yeah. I'm just going to call that backing vocal 1. And a backing vocal 2.
Left, right.
And backing vocal 3. So there are backing vocals. This one.
Find gorgeous what they won't find. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away.
Okay, that's another backing vocal. I'm just going to put backing vocal.
In my future, nobody.
And I'm going to put backing vocal. I'm going to put backing vocal. Backing vocal. We can name those a little bit better later. Okay, call that guitar 1. Doubled Vox, so I'm just going to call that DT.
Left to right and watch.
Electric guitar. I'm just going to call that guitar 2. This will be hi-hat. What is this? Looks like... it's a pad. There's another pad. This. String riser. What's this? Pad riser. Yep. Strings. Another string riser. Another string riser.
We added more than I remember.
Okay, music box. I'm gonna just call it Twinkles. I'm gonna call that synth. Kick. What did I do? Okay. And this is probably our lead vocal. There's another synth. Overheads. Yep, snare, fine. Strings, but I don't see any actual signal here. So no strings today. First guitar. Yep, guitar. It's this one. Ah, cool. like, I'm going to say like Western guitar. Horn. Horn. Cool. And then these are my wet effects. You know that this is like basically the template that I always start with. It's just a vocal reverb. Verb suite. It's a plate at about 1.5 seconds long with an EQ after it, cutting off the lows and gently sloping off kind of the highs. I've got a delay here that's 8th note. Again, cutting off the lows and then cutting out the highs here. And same thing, I've got a vocal delay, which is a half note, you know, a long delay and a short delay, basically. So that's what I start with every time. That's all I start with in my templates. So now it looks like we are all labeled. Now I'm going to move things to where I like them in the kind of grand scheme of the project. So I've got kick, overhead snare. There's a hi-hat. I don't think there are any toms or anything like that. I didn't see any toms. So kick, snare, hi-hat, overhead. Sweet. Color that orange because they sound better when they're in orange. And then we're going to go all drums. Next, I'll stick a bass in there. That in blue. And I'm going to group that together into a bus and call that all bass. Next, I'm going to get my acoustic guitars. Any other guitars here? There's another one there. There's another one here, another one there. But those are all electrics. All right. We're going to go like this and group those all together into all guitars. Color them green. The colors really make a huge difference. No, they don't matter. You know, they're whatever you want them to be, whatever you're comfortable with. I really do not know where I came up with this color scheme. I think bass is blue. I think mostly just alliteration. So bass is blue, guitars are green, right? Pianos are purple. Vocals are violet.
That's ridiculous.
Isn't that ridiculous? I think that's where I came up with.
And drums are orange for no reason.
And drums are just orange.
Trumpets are teal. Yeah, that's good. We need a poll. Vocals
So
are violet.
all of this stuff right here. These are what I call keys. And they'll all be in purple. And then here are my vocals. I'll call those all Vox, and they'll be in pink.
How helpful will this be for non-music? How helpful will this be for non-music producers? Well, since none of this is production and only mixing and mastering, it would be really helpful.
These are summing stacks, not folder stacks. I never use folder stacks. I don't know why. I just haven't found a use for them or whatever. And then I'm taking all of these instruments and bringing them to their own bus. Which, look at Logic users. Look what I just did. I just reordered a track in the mixer window. So now I've got an all instrument bus and then I've got an all vocals bus here. Right? So I could just mute that if I want to hear all the instruments without the vocals. Great. or solo that if I want to hear all the instruments without the vocals. Now, let's see where we're at. Now I'm going to check just kind of like, that was like macro level, right? I'm taking all my similar instrumentation and plopping them into groups. And guys, we've got a lot to cover today. So we're not going to cover like all of the, everything, every single question. I want to be able to answer every question, but I just won't be able to. Some things we'll go deep on and some things we'll be able to answer. Some things we won't. So just write down your questions. And if it's something, we think you just need to go and Google or like go to YouTube, go and do the legwork, right? We're going to have you do that. Here, we're just going to focus a lot on kind of like the higher level concept kind of stuff, right? And you will have a ton of questions. You're just going to have a ton of questions. I answered that, Richard. Yeah, there's summing stacks. Okay. And somebody asked also about like, what is a bus? That's one of those things. You can just Google that. I actually don't know what the BPM is, but I'm going to show you a way you can figure that out. First, I'm going to kind of like go through here, see what's going on. Okay, good. We have that. We have this verse guitar. A lot of this panning is already baked in. And they're all stereo files, and a lot of the effects are baked in too. Cool. Great. Here we've got Mellotron. I usually order things like in a way that they come in the timeline, like chronologically. So if you look, you can kind of draw an imaginary diagonal line from top to bottom per group, right? So this acoustic guitar starts right at the beginning of the song. This verse guitar starts right at the beginning of the song. This starts at the chorus, so this comes next. This comes in, after that chorus, so that comes next, and then this comes in at the last chorus, so that comes last, right? That's kind of how I like to order things. Again, I don't know, it just makes sense to my brain. I don't know where I picked that up or whatever. It just makes sense to me, so I do it that way. So we've got all this stuff here that comes in, right? Right here, and then boop, right. Sweet. Lead vocal. We've got these weirdo backing vocals, and then we've got these more traditional backing vocals. Not sure.
It's for me, I go. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here all night. Time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here all now. I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and feel right now, little soldier. But I'm here, but I'm here all now. I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here all right.
Okay, so I already know what I'm going to do here. I'm actually going to mute this one, and I'm going to hide that, and then I'm going to take this, and I'm actually going to center it, and you'll see why later. So I'm going to make this a mono track.
It's for me, I go in my future, nobody.
Cool. What do we have here?
Nobody waits for me.
This is another mono track that's or mono signal that's on a stereo track.
I go left to right and watch the
So that's affected, and the effect is baked in. And these were boop, 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 boop. The panning is automatic, like already in there. That's fine. So this and this, I'm going to...
left to right and watch
this is a double.
the time tick tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now.
Yeah, so I can't make that one mono, but this one I can make mono.
Now, little soldier.
So I'm gonna do that. Just because I like working with a mono track for a vocal,
In my future, no-
especially when it comes to like pitch correction and things like that. It's just mentally it makes more sense to my brain, just to see it as one waveform rather than seeing it as two waveforms. So it's really just a workflow, like psychological thing for me.
nobody wait.
So that's in stereo. This one's in stereo. These two are in mono. Just call it VV mono. VV mono. Won't be mono for long. Don't worry. VV stereo. DT stereo. That's just a reminder for me. And then we're going to take these vocals and we're going to group them together, because that's meant to be one singular instrument. So I'm just going to call these uvox. And they're going to go more towards the bottom because they're like a kind of like an extra vocal. They're actually more like a pad. And then this background is...
It's for me, I go left to right and watch the time tick tick and slip away.
Oh, this has got wet effects baked into
My
it.
love is so phony.
Any way we can get the dries?
In my
Maybe.
future, nobody.
Say again?
Maybe. I'll ask.
Yeah, see if we can get the dry tracks.
When we sway together, I hope we never lose our way. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today.
They're also in mono. Let's see what we can do with them. Crap. Excuse my language. So I would absolutely go back to the client and ask for dry vocals for sure. That's in my checklist.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick tick.
Okay, so there's that. We're going to mute. Actually, no, not yet. I think that's it for like organization here. Let's find the BPM of this by... I'm going to slow down for questions in just a minute. We just have a lot to cover today that we don't usually cover on these things. So I'm kind of speeding through some stuff. You could always watch the replay also, if you're missing anything. The replays will be available. I don't know how and where yet, but...
We always send out an email after the event that has the replay link.
Yeah. Logic has a tool called the BPM counter.
I love it.
And I just put it on like a transient heavy element and just kind of like let it play and do its thing. Oh, it looks like it's 120. Sweet. Yeah.
120 it is.
So we're already there. Awesome. And Apple S, no stress. Cool. Project saved. Make that a little bit tighter on this end here. And we are organized. Now I'm just going to select all the tracks. I'm going to hit Command A to select all the tracks. Don't get caught up with the key command. It's just select all the tracks. However you have to do that in your DAW. It's probably Command A if you're on a Mac or Control A if you're on a PC. But don't quote me on that. And what I'm going to do here is normalize all of these tracks. So I'm going to go to Normalize Region Gain. Affect individual regions. Peaking no higher than minus 10 decibels. Apply. And if you saw, did you catch that? Did you guys catch that? The waveforms, they all grew to basically the same size, right? So if I were to undo that, you'll see the waveforms changed. Boop. See that? If I go back, whoop, all the waveforms kind of the same, right? I do that just to create headroom, like bring any of the low signals up, bring any of the high signals down, and that way I know there's going to be about 10 decibels worth of headroom on every single track. So then when I start getting my volume balance here, it typically won't overload my mix bus, right? It's not going to clip my mix bus or anything like that.
Yep. If I do it this way, 9 times out of 10, when I get done, I won't even have looked at the mix bus, and it'll be about -6, right where I want it to be, -6 to -4 or so. So it just works.
Yeah. It usually just ends up not clipping. But if it does, not a big deal. You know, you go back here to all of your groups and you just select them all and you pull them down. Like, really not a big deal. Right? That's all you have to do. So, anyway.
Yep. Alex, all about headroom. Giving yourself headroom to work within the mix. You don't want to have everything pushing up against 0 all the time. It's just not a good workflow. This will just allow you to have all that headroom. You get done, you'll have headroom still for the mastering process. Does it
Normalize it? Oh,
does
sorry, go ahead.
Does it impact dynamics? Well, initially it does, but we're going to rebuild all the dynamics now.
Well, if you mean does it have any kind of dynamics processing like a compressor would or a limiter would? No, it doesn't. It does not impact the dynamics of that individual region whatsoever. It's legit just like turn it up or turn it down so that the peak's at -10. That's all I'm doing here.
No, this is gain. This is pre.
This is volume correction, not gain. No, this is gain. This is what's going into the channels. So if there is noise, that increases too. Yeah, exactly. Whatever it was, at any, whatever it was, if it was peaking at -20, it is now peaking at -10. If it was peaking at -1, it is now peaking at -10. Like, it's just up or down and automatically does that process for you. Will I be able to hear the soft parts and then feel the dynamics when the music gets more powerful? It depends on how well you volume balance your mix.
Yeah, that's what I was answering. I was saying we're going to rebuild the dynamics between the sections from verse to chorus and different things. So watch the next part. It'll make more sense. But we need that headroom. If you don't have that headroom, there's all sorts of problems it can cause. It can come in and hit your analog emulations too hard. It can do all sorts of weird things. And then later on, you're clipping and you have to go back and rebalance stuff. Just, you don't want any of that distraction. So just give yourself some headroom. It's not hurting anything. It's not changing. It's not destructive to the audio. Yeah, if you need a longer explanation on the difference between gain and volume, just Google that. Gain is just like pre all the stuff. The gain is
the signal before it hits the fader level. That's gain. Gain is the signal before it hits the fader level. As soon as it hits the fader level, it's volume.
And for you Logic users, that's a sick shortcut. to do it all at once.
Not sure how to do it in other DAWs? That's Googleable.
Yeah, most DAWs can do the same thing.
Just search for normalize. Pro Tools normalization.
Yeah, glad you're making more sense. That's making more sense now. There you go.
Yeah, using the gain plugin and normalizing it. Yeah, you can replace your gain plugins with this normalization process if that's what you're using to gain down your signals. You know, we used to do it in a different way. Like if you're used to working on a board, you use the gain knob or the trim at the top of the board, right? To do this. So next what we're going to do is highlight all the tracks, bring them all the way down so that there's nothing playing whatsoever, right? So if I play here, no signal, right? We got nothing because all the faders are down to minus infinity right now. Right? What I'm going to do is start doing my volume balance. I'm going to start balancing things. Start bringing things in one at a time. And I'm going to start with what we like to call our anchor element, which are typically the most important elements, the things that we believe are the most important elements in the song that are kind of like crucial for the drive of the song, usually something that's always there or there most of the time. And for me, I just like to start with the drums. So that's usually like kick, snare, and vocals for me, like getting those all kind of set and then moving on from there. So that's where I'm going to start. I'm going to actually bring my kick up as the anchor element just to 0 on the fader. And then I'm going to mix everything else in around it. I'm just going to bring everything else in around that element.
Yeah, if you don't have drums in your song, then it's maybe like an acoustic guitar or something else. Just whatever the kind of a foundational element of the song you can build around. Bring that up to 0, bring that up to nominal, and build around it.
Cool. So let's get started. Let's get like a bit of a volume balance here. And when we say nominal, we mean unity or 0 on the fader. So if you take a look here at these faders, all the way down is considered negative infinity. Here at this level, where it's kind of like this thicker white line here, you'll see the readout here is 0. Okay, that's what we mean. 0, unity, nominal. Okay, that's what that means. It's just different terms for the same thing. Too small? Well, Davidicus, you can zoom in or just take my word for it. It says 0. Sorry. Cool. And we're going to go ahead and get this going. And I'm just going to mix this and start to bring all the elements in.
I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away.
You guys hear that okay? Turn it up a little bit.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
And for now, I'm just going to put a limiter on this vocal to stabilize it in the mix.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright.
They want a little more volume on the song there, Jake. Do you have any more?
I have some.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire.
Start right from the top.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little when we sway together, I hope we never lose our way. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Okay, that was my second pass. I am bringing more and more instruments in with each pass, right? We have hi-hats. We have these string risers in the beginning to bring in. We have a pad riser here to bring in, and all of our background vocals. So we're going to do another pass here, and we're going to bring in the rest of the instruments. Okay, you guys following me? One's in chat if you're following me. It's really nothing more than just bringing in faders, like just bringing up volume levels, making decisions on where things should be sitting in the mix, not getting distracted by frequencies or dynamics or anything like that at this point. Okay? Like noticing, but being able to tune that stuff out and being able to get a solid volume balance.
Yeah, I think the best way to approach this is to think about how you want to paint in 3 dimensions of space. You're painting in the stereo field. You're painting in frequencies, which is high to low. Things that are brighter sound up here. Things that are lower sound down here. And things that are warmer sound in the middle. We experience that in our body, so we're kind of painting that way. EQ is just fine-tuning that later, but we're really making the decisions of how the frequency balance will exist right now and the stereo field. But don't sleep also on depth. A lot of people push everything forward, and it ends up having a flat mix. You need to have stuff that's softer and some stuff that's louder. And the depth in the mix is really, really valuable. So we're painting in all 3 dimensions of space. And then as we notice things that are wrong with EQs and dynamics, just make a note of them. Don't get distracted at this point and go down those rabbit holes, because that takes us away from painting in the 3 dimensions of space. That's like our laser focus right now. And it's a really powerful thing to do. It's very human of you to paint in that way. But do make little notes to yourself, because then tomorrow, when you're working with EQ and compression, you can do so with more intention. Okay.
Any questions before we dive back in here?
Yeah, someone was asking, how do you know how loud to make things? Well, a lot of that's just your gut. But it is a good question, because it's more than just painting in 3 dimensions of space. There's a 4th dimension to all of this that you have to think about, and it's why you're doing what you're doing. It's one thing to do it. It's more of an art form when you think about why to do it. And as mix engineers, we're taking the story that the artist is trying to tell, and we're enhancing that. And so the reason why we put things in the stereo field and in the depth field and have different frequency ranges is because we're considering the journey that we're taking people on throughout the song, where we want their ears to go in different moments, how we want them to feel in different moments. That's all illustrated by the artist, but enhanced by what we do on the emotional side through the choices that we're making right now. And that has to be the forefront of all the decisions we're making. So focus on the why. Why is Jake doing everything he's doing? He'll tell you a lot of it, but try to keep that in mind and you'll get a lot out of it.
The drums recorded individually here, and what if you say, do MIDI drums, should you record each different component on a different track? Yeah, you should split them up for your mixing engineer or yourself if you're mixing, so that you can process each piece of the drum kit independently if you need to. So you have the flexibility to do that and the control to do that if you need to do that. Sometimes you don't. If the band had an intention in regards to overall room sound effects like reverb and delay, how do they include that in the stems? Do they bake it onto tracks? So both Caleb and I do the same thing. We ask for dries and wets from our clients, right? So we get the initial intent of the producer by collecting the wet tracks, and then we have control as an audio engineer by having the dry tracks on hand if we need to make any kind of adjustments. Isn't it better to level all channels at -18 to match -4 dBu in the analog domain instead of using peak levels? I don't care about that. It doesn't matter to me. I've never lost a job based on that, or not been hired based on that. So, not to me. Doesn't matter to me. Okay, so do you bake the sends onto the wet? Yeah, you're just going to have to Google that one. I don't know, Casper.
A lot of times they'll just come as an aux channel.
So you are mixing in mono. No, I'm not. Nope, not mixing in mono. Mixing in full stereo. I don't have to pan anything because the panning was already baked into this track. All of these tracks, you know. You can hear, hopefully you can hear that that's panned over to the right, right? Should be able to see that and hear it, right? And then this acoustic guitar already panned over to the left. So in this case, the producer made the decisions as far as, where things will be placed in the mix. If we need to change things, then we will. Would you rather have everything center, or does it not matter? It doesn't matter. If it sounds good, it's fine. If it sucks, then yeah, I'd rather just have it centered, and I could change that if I need to. When do you change to audio in your mixing? Everything's audio right now. There's no MIDI in here. Everything's audio right now.
Yeah, you'll have wanted to bounce everything down to a proper mix session.
We got a lot to do here, guys, so we're going to go ahead and do another pass. We'll have another Q&A session in a little bit, okay? You guys ready to move? Ready to keep doing this, mixing this single here? Yeah, okay. I want to hit that riser.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum.
We're going to lay this snare back in the mix a little bit more. I'm a metal guy, so I'm used to these kicks and snares just being boom, right about here, depth-wise. There's my kicks and snares. So I tend to kind of start in that place. But for a track like this, it's let's lay these instruments back a little bit.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
This is literally just the foot.
Pendulum keeps swinging.
I'm not going to use that for now. I'm just going to mute it and then hide it. A lot of stuff just sitting in the same exact range as that vocal. So that's going to be the biggest challenge here. Well, I shouldn't say the biggest I should say the most important thing to manage.
Plastic soldiers are following me. You're alright, I can see the light, little soldier. nobody waits for me. I go left to right and time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
People are starting to hear the reality of a volume alone making a big difference. It really is your most powerful tool. The most you'll ever affect the song is by where you place it with your gain. I mean, it's like such a huge margin. Everything else is fine tuning. And I love the thought of just staying really focused in that, because I think early on, if you start the rabbit hole of all these, you're notching out 13 EQ points on a vocal or something like that, man, I've lost the whole vision of the track, man. I'm down a rabbit hole. I'm not thinking about 3 dimensions of space or the 4th dimension or the why or the story that I'm telling with the mix. I've really just lost all that. So I love the idea of painting with your most powerful tool and then fine tuning later with intention.
Cool. Let's do another pass here. And this time I'm going to stick on a pair of phones and get a little bit more detailed. Just for funsies. Here we go. Just kidding. I need to turn my phones up.
My love is so phony. It comes out when it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
So here I'm really paying attention to what's happening between the song sections, when new things enter the arrangement and things exit the arrangement. So you're going to see me pay a lot of close attention to the transitions of things here, right? That's really kind of what I'm paying attention to this time. I just got kind of like a basic balance after doing 2, 3, full go rounds. And now I'm paying attention to what's going on between song sections.
Pendulum keeps swinging.
And I'm going to be marking the arrangement as well.
My love is so.
So this little section in here.
Pendulum keeps swinging.
See this string part? That doesn't need to be super loud. That's like kind of like that eerie, kind of like creating a little bit of tension and raising the hairs on the back of your neck just for that small section, right? This doesn't need to be super forward. This also, so we leave this, low in the mix, and that actually creates some depth here too, right? Cool. And then once all of that stuff, all this chunky stuff kind of hits here, there's more impact, right? So there's contrast between those sections. These horns are bothering me.
Keep swinging.
I'm going to verb those out. Verb. This whole section is going to need to be scooped out. So right now I'm thinking like, hey, what are kind of like the most important pieces of this section? What's like a dope sound that like makes this super unique, this section really, really unique, that we haven't heard yet? We're going to shush the vocals for a second. So all three of these I'm going to kind of bring down out. So these two parts are kind of like married. It's a really cool sound though, so like I like that being a little bit more of the forefront. So now let's bring in our high end and our ostinato here. So do you hear how we have this plucking happening at the music box?
I do, Jake.
Thank you. So what else has a little bit more of a is a little bit more transient in nature? Do you know what I mean by transient? Like almost plucks or hits, right? A hard attack on the front end. In this mix. I'm going to play it again. There you go. Somebody got it. The ride cymbal, right? And where's the ride cymbal located? Left to right. Left or right side? Right. Correct. So in an attempt to make this music box a little bit more audible in the mix, I'm going to just switch it from being on the right side to being on the left side. And I'm just going to use a simple gain plugin, and then I'm going to say swap left and right. Boop. And I'm going to do the same thing with these twinkles. Twinkles. I'm going to swap left and right. So now, instead of the music box being on the right side of the mix, it's going to be on the left side of the mix. And that makes sense to me. So I'm going to go ahead and just bounce that in place. Twinkles. And commit to it. Okay. So now it's we're visualizing it on the waveform. See, now it's on the right side. So with the music box, will now be on the left. Cool. And I'm just going to take these original tracks and delete them. That makes sense? Why bother committing a simple swap? Because of the way it looks on the waveform. It makes more sense to me. It's the same reason I typically like to do a lot of volume balancing on the arrangement window, because I can marry what I'm hearing to what I'm seeing. And ultimately, this allows me to move quicker and more efficiently. It's just like an additional level of metering, right? And there are times when I'll just minimize the DAW and just listen to the track and take notes, just using my ears, because ultimately, that's what matters most. It's music, right? But as I'm working and I'm on early on in these stages, I've just found it to be really, really helpful and really efficient to be able to have multiple meters to check besides my ears, right? Now we'll bring the vocal in, and we can get a better idea of where we want this stuff to sit. And I'm actually going to label this ostinato, so I know.
Slip away, but I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little soldier.
Vocals already clearing up, right? Just from the management of those volume levels. We're already starting to hear the vocal clearly through everything else.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away.
Cool. Yeah, hi-hat one is, I'm just not using it at all. Let's just listen to this transition from verse to this little break to the chorus.
Keep swinging.
Let's see how it hits, see what the impact is like. I just wish there were more instruments in the next register up in this mix. It's just kind of sounding a little bit thin up there. Let's see if we can get it with what we already have. It's not those ostinatos that are going to fill out that area. It's not those synths. We just don't have, just nothing exists up there.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go
Let's see if there's something weird we can do. What if I transpose this guitar up an octave? And then just kind of like layer that in really subtly. Right, basically turn it into a 12 string. Let's see what happens. So we'll see. I think we'll probably just see if we can pull that same trick somewhere else, just for due diligence. Here. Let's give it a shot. I'm just gonna use transpose 12.
Sounds more natural than the guitar.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the synth more. I'm gonna get rid of the guitar.
It has taken to the octave better.
And I'm gonna verb that out later. Even though we're kind of sound designing right now. Okay, you hear the difference here, guys? I'm gonna say, okay, mute that. Here's version 1 without the octave synth.
In my future, nobody waits for me.
Okay, now with. It's just like the excitement level goes like this, right? It's just more exciting. It's a taller mix and it's more exciting. It elevates the excitement here. And what I usually do, because I do stuff like this all the time when I'm mixing, and it changes the original, it changes kind of like the original tracks that come in. I always, when I fire things off to a client, like a first time client, I'll be like, hey, the mix draft, the first draft of the mix is up. I took a few liberties. Just let me know if I took anything too far. That's it.
Most of the time they're stoked.
Yeah, most of the time they're just like, that sounds dope, you know, and they don't know why, or they like, you know, they notice the changes and they like the changes. So I just start there. And if they don't like it, then we can go back and get it in revisions. Let's keep going.
Left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Okay, so what the heck goes on here? So now we have another break in the vocals. Without anything like new entering the arrangement, or without anything for the vocals to kind of hand it off to. Maybe we just do something like that. So we might just mute those ostinatos in the beginning. Now the ostinatos come in.
When we sway together, I hope we...
Let's take that little blip out. And then gradually fade that.
When we sway together, I hope we never lose our way. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today.
Let's bring that to the forefront. Maybe not that far to the forefront.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me.
Okay. Getting there. Now, does that replace our synth from this section? Yeah, our whole notes. Okay. Fine.
Future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my I can watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
And there's that. Yeah, so these have to come up. I'm actually going to group them all together and say ostinato, and then I'm going to use a gain plugin to automate them up in this section here. So gain, great, and just bring them all up. Couple decibels here.
Little soldier.
You know, I would rather I think I would rather have these be more centered. So I'm going to actually use what the heck is it? Where is it here? It's not modulation, is it? Imaging, direction mixer. The music box in the center. And these twinkles, I want to get into the center also. Let's see. Let's see how that sounds over here. Not there.
Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Okay, I like the placement of that. Let's now see what's going on between the vocal and that part.
I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Cool. Yeah, I'm happy with that. We have a lot of frequency things to kind of take care of.
Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
So now I'm going to take this down a little bit when the vocals are going on, and then push it up a little bit when they're out.
Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
What is that? Okay. We're just gonna cut its head off like that. Kind of wanted that to ring out.
That works.
Oh God. Yeah, we'll get some, just like a reverb tail on that. Cool. Is there anything else that I want to do here? I think so. One more thing.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. My love is so. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right.
So I'm going to put a sample delay on this to get it out of the center and bring this backing vocal out to the sides.
In my future, nobody waits for me.
Hear the difference?
I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
Right? So what this does is under the hood, you could do this with any stereo delay. Any delay that you have control over the left side and the right side. Don't delay one side, just leave it dry. So I've got the right side at 0 and then the other side at 20 milliseconds. And it's called the Haas effect or Haas delay. And it gives you that, kind of makes that mono signal that's kind of like right up the center and pulls it out to the sides.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me.
All right. So check this out. First without.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip.
And then with.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little.
It's just a different effect on the vocal. Wider. I dig it.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
So this double is the same thing as this one. So I'm just going to delete it. I'm also going to sample delay this background vocal, but just to the other side, just for a little variety.
It's for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now.
And then what's this?
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Okay, almost there. Any questions at this point? Is the isotope doubler essentially a Haas effect plugin then? I think so. It's also got modulation in it though too. So like there's like a detuning element in it or a like chorus, yeah, like a chorusing or some kind of detuning element in that isotope version. When do you tune the vocals? Yeah, we'll tune the So my normal process would be to get a volume balance and then take care of, like, handle any editing before I get too deep into the mixing process, right? So at this point now is when I would do that kind of stuff. I am going to go in and supplement or enhance the kick and snare with some samples today. And that's going to be kind of like the last thing that I really do besides checking it with some reference tracks.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to send me the OG vocals.
I'm from Germany. When I Google OG, it says original gangsta.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So, original. It just means original. The way I use it.
That's the most
But
that's the most endearing
not wrong.
that's the most endearing comment I've ever had. I love that. Hell yeah. The OG.
Ooh, great question, Mike. If you were doing 6 tracks from the same band all recorded at the same time and location, how much effect settings would you keep from song to song? Would you approach the kick and snare new each time or apply the same effects for consistency across the songs? Depends on what the artist wants. If consistency is important to the artist, then yeah, I'll mix one and then I'll save that session as like a template for all the subsequent tracks. So the levels will be roughly the same. The processing or like the guitar tones and drum tones and bass tones and things like that will all be roughly the same. All of that, but it just depends. It depends on the artist. Some artists don't want every song to sound the same. You know, some artists want the snare to sound different from song to song, or the guitar tone to be different from song to song. It just depends on what the vision is. Do you have a Zoom meeting with the client before you dive into mixing? No, we have a chat and then we have like a phone call and then I have them fill out like extensive notes. And then if I have any other questions, we just text or I'll call or we'll call like in the moment or something. But most of what I need are in kind of like that initial upload of files and notes. Give pretty specific instructions on what I need. So you have a template for notes you need. Yeah, I'll show you what I give my clients. Name your tracks. Look at the very first thing on my list. Like this. Kick, snare, guitar 1, guitar lead. Not like this. Audio 1, audio 2. So full circle there. Export your tracks, and then I've got, track export instructions, how to organize your stuff, and how to put it into folders, and talk about like exporting MIDI tempo maps, and then project notes. Create a text document with the following info, and then all of this stuff. And then if I need clarification on anything, I just call them up.
Yep. I do a similar thing. I have a little video on there that demonstrates bouncing, but essentially the same thing.
How did you market yourself when starting? Instagram and just word of mouth, but mostly Instagram. I have piles of live shows by my band that I need to mix. I thought I had a clue about mixing, but this is super eye-opening and helpful. Psyched to continue. Great. Excellent. Jake, what you're doing arrangements first, correct, to improve upon each core, building up each layer, correct? I don't understand that question, but yeah, I'm thinking about the arrangement. Is it true I shouldn't mix on headphones? No, that's not true.
Not at all.
That's garbage.
Do it all the time. So do a lot of pros.
Do whatever you got to do. Yeah, dude, it doesn't matter. Yeah, a lot of pros have to mix on headphones because they're traveling and they have like, somebody was telling us the other day that they just pulled over. Were they working on a Katy Perry album or something? I don't remember what it was, but they pulled over and like finished the mix in a McDonald's because they were on their way to like the label headquarters. And they had just sent them like a new like revision, like last minute as they were on the way doing the road trip on the way there. And they just like pulled over at a McDonald's and took out the laptop. Headphones need a correction file though. Not if you know them.
It helps though. I'm a proponent of it.
Certainly does help, but not if you know them.
Yeah, we had what was his name? Ollie. His name was Ollie. What's his last name? Ollie. He came and talked to our students a couple weeks ago. He's done like every big record recently. He's amazing.
Every artist.
Yeah, it's like his credits are insane.
Cool. Let's dig in here. You know, at this point, it's kind of like a taste thing, honestly. Like, what I'm gonna do here is in service of the song, but really kind of like I'm also thinking about my taste. And really it's about the artist's vision, but I'm trying to balance the artist's vision with my taste in the beginning, right? And just doing what sounds really good to me because that's what they hired me for. They want to sound really, really good. And they want to achieve their vision. And sometimes I just like plug some things in that might not be what they ever could have possibly thought of, right? Like maybe a new kick tone or a new snare tone or something like that. And I send that message that says, hey, you know, the draft of your mix is up. I took a few liberties. Let me know if I went too far with anything. That's it. It's like you send that text message and then you're covered. You can take anything back. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reinforce some of this stuff.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum.
Yeah. Let's see here. So what I'll do is actually start with this kick. It sounds like it was recorded in like a bathtub. So we're actually going to replace that.
What, you don't like that?
I'm not crazy about it.
I just sent you a WeTransfer for the OG vocals, though.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And I'm just going to start with this acoustic kick sound and just see what it sounds like. So maybe what I'll do here is just layer it in. So we've got some of the initial, like the original character of that kick, but we're just kind of making it a little bit beefier, a little bit fatter on the bottom. Hear the difference? And I'm just going to check here to see that we're in phase. Come on now. It's thinking about letting me use my Slate plugins. Oh yeah, Trigger does have a phase button, doesn't it? Just gonna use that. Yep, in phase. Thanks, Andre Edward. Let's hear what it sounds like in the mix. It's just a thicker, kind of more organic sounding kick to me. So I'm just gonna put that.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
Let's find a nice, like, I don't know, a really nice kind of snare. And I'm just looking for like a little bit of kind of like organic something. I'm gonna bring in all of these. And then I'm gonna start mixing this in.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
Cool. There's one. And then we need another one for just like some body. So let's find like a nice kind of like deep one. I think we're probably going to be up here. Let's see. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. You know what? I'm not going to use Trigger for this. I'm going to use Logic's built-in drum replacer to convert these to MIDI. So I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Jake, they're wondering if you can back off the mic a little bit.
Yeah. I can back off the mic.
Yeah, I guess you're kind of loud.
How about that? Is that better? Better? Worse?
Comparatively to mine? Better?
Better, worse? Better. Okay, good. And I'm just going to use like one of these from Logic. These stock sounds. That one. I'm thinking with this Liverpool. Let's just blend that in.
Love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire.
Now we have 3 snare samples. Just gonna bounce that in place. Call this snare sample 2. Make sure it's orange so it sounds better. snare, and then I'm going to get good balance here without the vocal. So yeah, without the second snare sample, I think sounds good. Hear the difference here, guys? In that snare drum?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, there's more warmth to it now.
I like
You know
that a
what I mean?
lot. Yeah, it's really nice.
And it's like, it's very much, again, you know, I started this whole thing, this process before we jumped into this process, letting you guys know that this is a matter of taste. And this is where it's going to sit for me until I send it to the client. And then the client can say, well, I don't like that low end on the snare, or, you know, I prefer my kick to be thinner, not beefier. And that's fine. I'm a service provider. We can take it out. That's fine.
A lot of times producers and bands at this point, if you think about how long they've been spending on this song, sometimes hundreds of hours at this point, they're going to be a little close to the song. You know what I mean? It's our job to save them a little bit sometimes, nudge them in the right direction.
Totally.
Not that you can't mix your own stuff, but we teach you how to do that. But you have to like save yourself from yourself sometimes.
That's right. Let's see.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
I'm just going to check this balance with headphones.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
Cool. I'm going to bounce that trigger in place, so we don't have that kind of like munching up, you know, all of our CPU.
I love it.
Okay, so drums before. After. Hopefully you hear the difference there. Cool. That's all I want to do today.
So now what we'll do is we'll just see where we're at in terms of a reference. We'll get a couple references in and we'll see how close we got just using our gut.
What do you want to use for references?
Anyone have any ideas for references? Yeah, Radiohead's not a bad. when I'm looking for references, I'm usually looking for something that's more, modern.
Mars Volta. You guys are just screwing around now.
Maybe something from Beck.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Very, very sea changey.
Would use the Who. I would use some of that, but it's good to use modern stuff.
I mean, sea change isn't. It's got to be 20 years old now. What is sea change?
Not too old. Well, Jake's getting that loaded up. Maybe I'll talk about a little bit of mastering. So, and this will apply as we go through. We at mastering.com, we came up with this reverse learning method. So we actually teach all three phases of the process, but we start with mastering. And that may not make sense at first glance, but it makes a ton of sense once you understand mastering, because it's a window, I think, into all the good things and bad things people do, all the way up from recording through production through mixing. Because with mastering, you're sort of limited. And so if people have done everything right up to that point, you can master it effectively. If they've done certain things wrong, it's very hard to master, and you become really well acquainted with what makes things hard and easy. And so the reason we start with mastering, I mean, it requires you to train your ears. It requires you to get a good listening environment and really understand the tools, but it also gives you that perspective, because after a while, you really get an insight into the stuff you should do, whether it's your own process or working with clients, that you should do differently so that mastering can be done effectively. And so it's worth talking about that a little bit here. I think it's worth noting that really what we're going for is balance. So much of what allows you to master effectively is balance. Balance in frequencies and balance in dynamics. And we're going to use some tools as we get further and further in this process. For example, like a frequency analyzer, like this one here. This is the paths from Waves. What's interesting about this is that regardless of genre, a good analyzer is going to show a very similar reading, because balance is balance regardless of genre. Okay, it has to varying, like within a few dB, the same amount of bass and mid range and high end. And on the paths analyzer, what Jake's going to use today, just so you know what it should look like. It should not look like what's on the left. That's an example of a bad paths analyzer reading. What it's supposed to look like is a gentle slope starting at about 60, 80 hertz or so that slopes down just like the one on the right. We're not worried about all the little bumps and stuff like that, just like a general curve like that. So what would the one on the left be indicating to us if we saw a paths reading and it looked like that? What would it indicate to us? What is it missing? Yeah, lots of low end and a lot less, if you can see this line, a lot less mid-range and highs. So it's going to be really, really bassy. Okay, just so you know what we're looking at. It should look like that gentle slope. So we're really interested, even at this point, we should be starting to look at this. And this is something you can use in your mix bus to make sure, am I in balance? If you can get things balanced like this in terms of frequencies and dynamics, we'll talk about that tomorrow. When you send it to the mastering engineer, they can do so much more with the track. We'll also be using referencing for this same reason, because again, a professionally mixed and mastered song is going to be balanced, and we're going to be able to compare ours to theirs. And we can also look at things like, how loud is their snare compared to mine? It doesn't mean we have to follow it exactly. We just need to be in the ballpark, and it's a way to anchor ourselves to an objective standard instead of just relying on our ears, which get tired, over time. At some point we lose perspective. And so referencing is a really great way to pull yourself back into reality, to pull yourself back into this objective understanding of what's going on, so your ears don't play tricks on you. And this is why I think you can mix and master your own stuff if you use objective standards and you have a different mindset. But, that's just something you have to learn and train your ears and start to understand. Any questions on that? Until now, I had an understanding that the frequency balance should be equal, both in highs and lows. I assume that's wrong. Well, it's not often the way that it shows up on analyzers. Some analyzers, it looks like a straight line. But if the reason it's sloping like that is because low frequencies have more energy in them. Okay, they're just weightier. Those big wave forms have so much more energy in them than the high frequencies, and so it's just indicating where the energy is lying more than anything. So that's why it slopes like that. But once you know the slope, if you looked at that PAS reading and you pulled in 40 different tracks from all different genres, you'll see that pretty much that same curve to varying degrees of like curviness across genre, right? And that's why once you learn to mix, you can really mix in any genre. You just have to understand it and follow the process and reference and do all that kind of stuff. Locating references is very tough. Well, it forces you to explore different genres sometimes, which I think is a good thing. Yeah, once we started teaching that reverse engineer kind of concept, that's when we saw the most growth in our students. I mean, we've been teaching this stuff for over 10 years online to people, but it was 3 or 4 years ago we came up with that concept. And we just saw an explosion in the speed in which people are able to progress because they were finally getting the full picture. And we teach all 3 parts of the process, even if someone wanted to only be a mastering or mixing engineer or producer, because you have to really understand it all to be really great at any one of them. Could you talk about the bottom of the PAS analyzer, the other graph, and how it should look? I don't worry about this too much. This is just showing your stereo spread. I don't use this tool for this. I'm just looking at this top stuff. Does Logic have a built-in analyzer? I don't think it has a frequency analyzer like this. You could use an EQ, essentially, sometimes to look at how it... But you just need to... Whatever analyzer you use, you just need to know how that one looks, right? They all kind of look a little different. I know the PAS really well, so I use the PAS. It doesn't really matter which one you use, Are mastering plugins getting old over time? Is there a lot of development? I think there's a lot of development in more and more powerful plugins in every part of the process, really. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the settings for the PAS, it's going to come up with different settings in these. So you want to go 10 hertz on LF res. You'll change this from peak to RMS, and you'll change response from, I think it starts out at like 100 and something. You'll change that to 400, and that's all you got to do. Just change those. Does a reverse engineering method cover different mixing techniques? Yes. I mean, we talk about like a baseline of how to do it on a fundamental level and the why behind you do everything. And then we kind of, the reverse engineer program is also, and a big part of it is a one-on-one mentorship program. And so you can kind of make it your own and work with the mentors on how you want to do things. How to choose a reference if you're a composer. I think it's hard. Yeah, just explore genre.
Yeah, a lot of research.
Yep. Exploring's good, though.
Dig in and do the research.
Voxango Span is another good analyzer. What discussions do you have with clients about their creative decisions? I think that I ask for references from the client because I find that words aren't as useful sometimes. I try to have these conversations, but a lot of times we use different words for how we internalize music, right? And I think it's almost more valuable to sit down and listen to music and listen to some references with them. That is a better and clearer line of communication as opposed to having a conversation about it. So yes, I try to have a conversation about what they're going for, what emotionally they're going for, what sounds they like. But if we listen to some music together and they're like, I want it to sound like this because of this feeling and because of this snare and because of that's more clear communication.
Cool. All right. I think I'm just about ready if you are.
Yeah, we're just going to do a quick reference check. We'll be done for the day. See how close we got just with volume. Remember, we haven't used any EQ, compression, or any of that stuff.
All righty. This is a little plugin I like to use called Reference 2 by a company called Mastering the Mix. I just drag my files right in. And I'm going to go to like this chorus, like a dense section of the song, and just kind of line up my songs first.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right. Don't even try. I don't even feel like you're okay. Even when it's dead. But I'm here. At the future, you are my best guess. Can slip away, but I'm here.
For what you said, just a little more time. Was it really bad?
All kind of like in the same kind of like alt indie space. You know what I mean? So I'm using Lady Dacus. I don't really know this artist, and I don't know Rachel Chinuriri either. I just don't know these artists, but I just stepped away for like 5 minutes and I sifted through an alternative, new alternative playlist. And I just landed on these.
In my future, no. My best. Let the time tick and slip away. But I'm here. I go left.
What's the biggest difference here? Can anybody nail it? Thickness, air punch, highs, top end, references are brighter. Nobody's hit the most important thing yet. Or the biggest difference, the complete biggest difference. In terms of like volume. I'll give you a hint. It has to do with volume. The biggest volume difference. There you go, Joseph got it. The drums. Listen to the drums, guys. Listen to where the drums are in these references. And then ours.
When it's dead. If I were to get it was all. But I'm here.
So now it's up to us. Do we want to actually raise the drums up? Do we want them to be softer? Right? We can make that decision.
Yeah, we're not trying to copy. We're just trying to reference and make decisions.
Mm-hmm. I'm always about like more drums, so.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip. In my future, nobody waits for me. I am you. day.
I think that's a good middle ground.
You show the paths real quick.
Yes.
It's for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my hands for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick.
What's the orange line? That's like the peak. The max. That's as high as those frequencies get. Right?
Pretty close. That's the curved line we're looking for. That spike up in the top range is the S's in the vocal. But other than that, the highs are probably a little low. So we'll find some of that clarity. Anyway, great work, Jake. On to tomorrow. We'll have the new vocals. We'll get into the instrumental tomorrow. We'll clean all that mud out, get everything sounding a lot cleaner. It's going to be amazing, I promise you, by day 3, where we're able to take this. It's going to be a lot of fun. The day 1 big picture concepts. It was all about volume. We didn't even basically touch a plugin. It was all about volume. It was all about gain. It was all about painting within those 3 dimensions of space that we talked about. But most importantly, the why behind we would do that. What are we trying to do emotionally with having things more distant and more forward and to the sides? How did we balance the frequency spectrum with the way that we placed different timbred instruments throughout the frequency field in the mix? We worked with a ton of intention. We weren't getting hung up on, rabbit holing and carving out EQ or any of that stuff. We're thinking really big picture. If I'm taking these files and I'm bringing them in, my most powerful tool is where I place things initially with my volume faders, where I place things with my pan knobs. That's what's telling the story. The rest of it's just refinement. So I'm working with a ton of intention. I'm not getting caught up in anything else. I'm staying true to that intention. But as you noted yesterday, Jake was taking notes. If he came across something, he's like, I'm going to have to clean that up tomorrow. He wrote down a little note, which means today we don't have to be lost to where to start. We go and start working on those notes. We start to figure that stuff out and see where that gets us to. So we're working with more intention yesterday, but we're also working with more intention today. And this speeds up our process. As I'm helping students, we've worked with thousands of students in our reverse engineer program. One of the big things that gets people over that hump to the next level really comes down to speed, the speed in which they're able to work, the efficiency and precision in which with which they're able to work. Just speeding things up gives you fresher ears for longer. You know your tools. You stay in the creative mindset longer or the technical mindset longer. You're just much more focused. The tools are all the same. Mastering those tools and getting faster with them and having great mindsets all throughout the process is really what takes people to the next level. We also talked a little bit about the end-in-mind perspective. We talked about why mastering engineers have a keen insight into the mistakes that people make in mixing and production. We talked a little bit about that. We're going for dynamic and frequency balance. We taught you how to use a frequency analyzer. It was a ton of fun. So now we transition to working on the instrumentals. We're going to get those polished up today. We have things generally where we want them, but now Jake's going to go through. He's going to control those frequencies. He's going to carve space out. We have some muddiness. We need to create some more room in the high end. We're going to limit dynamics. And when we get into that part, maybe I'll give a little presentation about why that's important. We're going to talk about how to save space. This is something else a mastering engineer would understand. The space you save now in the mix is space that I have later in the master that can help me make your track louder without it being crushed. We're going to get into some spatial processing. And then again, I'll teach you a little bit more about that mastering mindset. Who's ready to begin? One's in chat if you're ready to rock.
Yeah, ready to dive in? Let's do this thing. Let's just start by taking a listen to what we got so far. Let me know about levels too.
It's so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging. Sway together. I hope we never lose our way. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Cool. Let's see what kind of notes we took the other day. Yesterday? It's all one day. The horn. Yeah, this is super, like... I just gotta do something with this. We're really just gonna wash it out. I'm gonna use some reverb and just increase the depth. We'll just keep it away in the back.
Pendulum keeps swinging.
Just kind of distant, ambient kind of thing. I'll explain what I'm doing in just a minute. Let's listen to it again.
Pendulum keeps swinging.
Okay, let's see what else we got here. Horns, and then we've got this octave synth that says widen. This one right here. What happens if we just do that? So we're just widening up the octave using that Haas delay technique that we talked about yesterday. And Caleb, let me know if there are any questions or anything like that in the
good.
chat. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Awesome. Sounds good. We want to clear out like some of this mud. So the muddiest kind of sections of the song are going to be here and over here. And a lot of that's going to come from the bass guitars and the keys. So we're going to address that next. Excuse me. We're going to address that next. Really need to hear it when the vocals come in.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, tick, and slip away. But I'm here right now.
So we're gonna start with these guitars up here because it seems like those are the ones that are kind of the main offenders in terms of masking that vocal.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, tick, and
Hear what happens when I mute those guitars? The vocal becomes more clear. All right, so first with the guitars in.
in my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, tick, and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
So let's start there. And we'll start to kind of carve some of these guitars out for the vocal.
In my future, nobody. Right now, little soldier, little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here, alright. I can see the light, little soldier. In my future, nobody waits for.
Yeah, I think this guitar right here would probably be the offender.
Waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, tick and slip.
Probably don't need any of this like 400 and this 200. That's probably masking the vocal since the vocal's in such a low register. So we're just going to pull some of that out.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
Hopefully you guys can hear that. I will solo this stuff so you can kind of focus.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
So Do you hear how I'm thinning out kind of the bottom end of that guitar? One more time. I'm just gonna solo the guitar. It's like this throatiness. It should be very obvious now that I have it in solo. One more time, without. A lot of people would describe that as warmth. I'm taking the warmth away, or the body away from that guitar, right? Not necessarily a bad thing. It's just thinning it out so that we can make room for the vocal to be clearly heard, right? And there's plenty of other things inside of this arrangement that fill up that sonic energy. So arguably in solo, I might go with this tone of the guitar, right? If it was just a guitar playing and then the vocal was maybe kicked up an octave, cool. I might leave it in there, right? Taste-wise, I actually prefer the tone of the guitar with a little bit more body and a little bit more warmth, but context matters most here, right? So it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter in the context of everything else playing.
There's lots of stuff that sounds exactly like that in that frequency range. So when you take it away, the ear will hear it as if it's still there.
Exactly.
It's an important thing to understand. You can
guys follow that?
you can carve out more than you think you can if you have other stuff in that range as well.
Totally. I might carve out a little bit of that also in the synths.
My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right.
And I'm gonna just call this like the synths.
My future. Time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now.
Like if we were to go to the vocal, watch.
My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right. Watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now.
There's all this content here, right? From 100 to 400 or 500. In that range, the vocalist is singing. There's a ton of energy there.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away.
Right? We'll fix a lot of that stuff tomorrow.
In my future, nobody waits for me.
So let's just play with the synths then, like cutting out some of these frequencies in the synths to make room.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the
How much does this 200 actually contribute? Actually contribute to the sound?
my future.
A lot in solo, right? Now let's add the bass in there. Hopefully you guys can hear that. In context, it's already being covered. Right? The most important parts of those synths to me for this mix is all of that texture in the mid-range and the upper mids. So I'm not as concerned, and I'm going to be actually pretty aggressive with what we do on 200 here. Just to clear up that area, since we got that already covered.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the
And listen to that vocal pop right forward. Right? I'm going to turn it off.
My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now.
Let's go to the beginning again.
My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here. My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away.
You paying attention to the vocal here? Here we're carving out space for it. Now let's listen to the transition and make sure, since we took out a lot of low end, there might be less impact here. I just want to make sure that there's still kind of like that same impact once we hit that section.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away.
Next is that bass.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
So I'm just taming this frequency range between 100 and 200 here on the bass. Because if you notice, let's turn this band off. Like, so I noticed that with my ears, but it's visually represented here in the graph. Watch. See how much higher those notes are? Just those couple notes. They're in between 100 and 200. And then when it drops below 100, those frequencies are lower. Watch. We'll start at the top of that section. Right there. Right at 100. See how it's below the yellow line? The next note is above. Next note is above. Next note is above. So we can handle that in one of two ways. We can either, if we want it to sound smoother, right? We can either cut this section or we can boost this section over here to get them kind of at baseline and get them sounding nice and tight, right? What I've decided to do is just cut that 100 to 200 because I don't need to add any more low end to this mix. What I guess I could do is just boost it and then turn the bass down altogether. I could do that also. Multiple ways to skin a cat. I love that phrase. So I'm using multiband compression to attenuate between 100 and 200 when it crosses the threshold. I'm also going to just reduce this band a little bit altogether. And I might do a combination of these things. Cut a little bit of that and then boost a little bit of the low lows. See how much we can get away with in the mix. The filter on this actually extends a little bit too high for my taste. So we're actually going to go, we're going to go mad low. I'm going to go all the way down to 20 hertz and just boost. Even at this low, the curve on the Pultec still hits some of those frequencies, which is fine. I don't think it's a big deal. Let's listen to it in context. I'm actually going to put the phones on for this. That's such a small difference. I could honestly just take it or leave it. I'm just going to leave it, and then I'm going to put a limiter on that bass to make sure it doesn't move around. So nice, solid, kind of like brick wall of low end happening in this section. I have an idea for this. I'm going to jump to right quick. And I'm going to use the same thing. I'm going to use a Pultec. I'm going to go to 12. And then I'm just going to boost the high end. See what happens.
But I'm here, alright. I can see the light, little soldier.
Listen again. Oh, I might even go a little bit higher here. Let's see. Just want a little bit more brightness out of that.
You're alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Okay, I'm getting rid of some annoying frequencies.
You're alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Cool. I'm happy with that so far. I might come back to that, like that hook. I'm going to call it an ostinato hook, because I think there's some interesting things that we can do with it to bring it out a little bit more. But that is a handoff element from the vocal over to that hook, right? So once we get the vocal mixed, we'll have a better idea of where that hook is going to sit in relation to the final vocal and actually what to do with it in the first place. For now, I'm just going to leave it. Any questions up to this point?
Do you use track spacer at all? Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. Could use it on the bass today. Although it doesn't really need it. Any other questions?
So for bass, you ended up with a parametric EQ, multi-band compressor, and a limiter, right?
I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I think so.
Multiband, EQ, and limiter. Yep.
Lucas, I usually save verbs till as late in the process as I possibly can, because I think I want to focus on solving problems before I use reverb to cover them up. That's just a mindset thing. Could you ask Jake what the philosophy of the move he is making is? When he says annoying frequencies, does it mean in relation to the vocal? Because if so, he hasn't yet made the vocal good, so making changes based on the non-fixed vocal seems counterintuitive. Could you clarify that?
Who just asked that?
Albert.
Albert, don't ever question me. Annoying because I know the what build-up sounds like in my space. I know what balance sounds like in this room. So when there's too much of a specific frequency, I have an instinct for that because I've just run so many reps in this room. And that's what I mean by annoying.
Yeah, it's not in relation to the vocal. So annoying could be build up, or it could be like kind of harmonics that are sticking out, like resonances or something like that. Those would all be considered annoying.
What else?
When you don't use the most basic and easy plugin possible, like a native EQ, and instead use a higher end one like the EQP1A, is it always because of flavor?
I don't know. Yes and no. Sometimes it's just like a go-to tool that works in specific scenarios. I specifically for high end, I have freshly, and this is newer for me, but within the last few months, I've fallen in love with the Pultec for high end.
Yeah, Dane too. Dane loves that for high end.
Bro, there's just something about it. And I shot it out against a bunch of stuff. I shot it out against like 2 or 3 other EQs, and it won every shootout that I did for me personally. Like I just liked what it did to the high end. So now these days, that's kind of like the first tool that I go to.
Yeah, I think a lot of times these really famous compressors and EQs and different things, they became famous because they just do a thing. It's hard to even explain sometimes the magic underneath the hood, and I don't know if you could even know, but the way that those circuits all lined up and whatever it's doing on the low end, like you could just boost and attenuate 60 hertz and drop 100 hertz, or boost the high end on a graphic EQ or something, but when you compare it, there's just something going on in some of those boxes that just has a little magic. But you could do it the other way too. It's very small stuff.
The important thing is that you do your own shootouts. Like if you're going to use different tools and stuff like that for different purposes, shoot them out and experiment with them. So and you are the one that makes the call. Don't just use something because somebody else told you to use something. Like actually run the tests yourself. Hey, next time you have to boost the high end on something, pull in like 3 different types of EQs and ABC them and just decide, hey, which one really kind of like does it for me, and then make that call, and then you can be like confident in why you're making that move because you actually did the work and you did the tests, right?
Yeah, and go take a Pultec. Yeah, go take a Pultec and put it on a track, and then don't turn any knobs, and just hear what it sounds like without making an EQ move with it, because it has a sound just running audio through it. Do that kind of stuff. That's the exploration. That's part of it.
Important for your confidence to run those kind of tests, just to know like, hey, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. Anyway, let's keep going.
When we sway together, I hope we never lose our way. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. I can feel right now, soldier. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right.
So there's low end happening on this Western guitar that is causing some buildup. And I know that because I know what build-up sounds like in my room. It's causing like this muddiness.
In my future, nobody waits for me.
So that sounds right to me in the mix. That gets rid of the build-up for me. Look at this. I just did like a steep, like, well, actually this curve, the curve on this custom series EQ is not steep. It's like 6 decibels per octave or something like that. It's like very, very gradual curve. So I'm at like basically 300. So what we're doing here is just basically like that. What's 6? Yeah. Basically that. Just like tilting the mids and lows. Here it is without. Here it is with. Hear the difference? Hopefully you can hear the difference. Again, just taking the body out of it. I might be able to actually go higher. Before I do that though, I want to like oh, I have my other channel EQ on. That makes more sense, doesn't it? Hear it? Lows. No lows. Let's listen in context.
In my future, nobody.
And now I'm going to turn the vocals off. You can really hear this. Hear that? Right, that low end. Now we're going to take it out. Clears up the lows. I'm actually going to turn this up a little bit more because I think it's a cool instrument and I want to feature it a little bit. This first note is mad quiet, so I'm just going to clip gain that up. And I believe that's where the vocal comes in, so it's less important. Let's double check that.
In my future, nobody.
Yeah, perfect. So we got that first note. I just kind of turned that up a little bit so that that section kind of comes in a little bit more confidently. I'm going to crossfade that. Cool. I like that. We're going to put a limiter on it to address the dynamics. Just try to make it a little bit easier to place in the mix. We'll see how much we can get away with because there's like wet effects baked into this thing. And, you know, sometimes dynamics processing does something a little bit goofy to wet effects. So we'll see what we can do. That's the reason I like this limiter is because it's nice and transparent. You could really kind of come down on it pretty hard without hearing it. Let's see. You know, that's a pretty aggressive use for this. And, you know, 6 decibels of gain reduction there. And I'm not hearing like the squishy squashiness of that sound. just wanted to demonstrate the transparency of the compressor itself, or of the limiter itself. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Now I can kind of place this a little bit easier in the mix.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick.
So I took out a little bit of 600 hertz on that hook part as well. Just feeling a little bit throaty, chesty. Yeah, I don't want to do anything more with the upper mids on that until I have the vocals mixed. Cool. Feeling pretty good about that. Any questions, guys? We'll stop here for questions, then we'll take a quick break.
Yeah, and I could talk a little bit about compression limiting if people want. Could break it down a little bit.
Be a good time because I'm gonna use some of that stuff on drums. I'm going to probably do some clipping on the drums coming up next.
Cool. I would hope most of you understand the difference, compression, limiting, clipping. They're a little different. If this is the OG waveform, compression is doing something more like this. Limiting is a more extreme version of that. Even a brick wall limiter isn't perfect, but it's doing more like this, or maybe this. And then clippers are just sawing off the top. Okay, so why do we do these? Why would we want to use these in different situations? You'll see Jake a lot use clipping and limiting a lot more than most people. And he's just found that it's a much more transparent way. If your goal is simply to control dynamics, it's a much quicker and more efficient and cleaner way to do that, right? So if you simply just want to control dynamics, if you're just trying to make things more even, clipping and limiting does a great job of that. He'll use clippers on things that have very fast transients. So if you think about it, if it's getting chopped off like this, that's fine if it's a very fast transient. The ear is not going to hear it. So like a snare hit or hi-hats or something that's just like a very fast transient. Whereas with something like a bass, if you tried to clip like a bass note, you start digging in like this, like a chopping off the waveform on something that's more, longer waves, you're going to start to hear that distortion, right? So then he's going to try to do more of the limiting thing. But what's the point of this all? Why do we want to control dynamics? A lot of people think, I want my stuff to sound really dynamic. I think those people don't really know how any of this stuff really works. Most of the time, we're actually trying to control dynamics. Because if you visualize a song as like a as like, imagine you're watching Les Miserables or something, and you got Jean Valjean front and center of the stage, and you have the supporting cast around them. The stage choreographer would be trying to show the viewer of the play where to look. In that moment, the point is that we're trying to have them focus on Jean Valjean in the front. And you think of that a lot of as maybe like the thing you want to have someone focus on in your song. Okay? What do I want them to focus on in that moment? Where's the story being told? Where do I want to direct their ear? A lot of times that's like a vocal, right? So if you can imagine you're watching that play and then all of a sudden one of the side characters starts doing like a crazy dance and it distracts my eyes away from the lead, that's probably not very good, right? We're not directing the eyes where we want them to go. And similarly, there's things within a song that can do the same thing. If there's this great vocal going on and the listener's getting mesmerized into it, and all of a sudden there's this way too loud sound, or maybe a harsh sound, or something that's too loud, the listener's ear gets distracted away. And so we're thinking about all that kind of stuff. That's the first reason we use these things. We want things to feel balanced. We want dynamic balance so that we can direct the ear where we want it to go so that we can tell the story and the song. Think of it that way, and you can kind of visualize it that way. But there's another reason, and that is that this is more of the mastering thing that I would have talked about later. We're trying in mixing, and you should be. Again, once you learn mastering, you'll understand this on a deeper level, but you should try to, while you're in mixing, save as much energy as you can in the song. You have to realize that there is a digital limit of how loud you can make things. At some point, you can't just keep turning it up. It's just going to crush it. It's going to squash it. So imagine that this is my song in mastering, and it's very dynamic. It has these crazy peaks, and I'm pushing it up into my final limiter. And as soon as I start to get to about here, what happens? What happens with my final limiter? It's a brick wall limiter. It's really crunching down on the transient. What starts to happen right here? It's going to start to distort. It's going to start to pump, right? But we have to realize that this area of the waveform is where most of the loudness and the body of the song come from. It's here. So now my song sounds quiet because I'm really not able to push it very loud. Whereas if I've done a good job controlling dynamics, a lot of times this tippity top stuff doesn't really matter that much to the human ear. We're not going to really hear it very much. What Jake's going to demonstrate is how much, and he already demonstrated it just now. You were saving, like, what was it you were just doing that limiter on? You were getting about, or that Western guitar, you were saving like 6 dB of headroom, and it didn't sound different to the ear. It was totally transparent. It sounded the same, and yet you were saving 6 dB of energy. So if you can imagine that you had something like this, where you've done a good job, that's not what I wanted to do. You've done a good job trimming things and saving that fat. Now look at how much more of the body I get closer to that line. You get the point, right? Now this is louder. It sounds louder. So we're trying to save headroom, and then we're also trying to balance things so that we can properly tell the story. Those are the main two things you got to think about when you're doing your dynamic work in your song. Think about it those two ways. There's really not much other reason why you do stuff. The only other reason I can think of is sometimes you're enhancing, and this is when Jake will use a compressor. Okay, if it's just dynamic control, most of the time it's a limiter or a clipper. Jake will use a compressor more for shaping sound, because we have this cool thing called attack on a compressor. You get attack and release and all these more variables that you can play with. So you can effectively tell the compressor what to focus on. Do you want it to focus on the tippity top part, or do you want it to focus on the body? Where you set your attack and release will will do that. So if you wanted to bring more body out of the track, you have it focus on compressing this part. And if you want to take the body away and have more of the transient come through, then you set your attack to get this stuff. So a slower attack would get this, and a faster attack would get this. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing. Again, we don't want these transient peaks. We're not going to hear them very much. We want to get more of the body of that waveform up into the limiter. That's the thing we need to think about. Does that make sense to everybody?
If not, that's okay too.
You'll get there. Go back and rewatch it till it does.
Don't give up. If not, don't give up. Yeah, so tone-wise, kick and snare, like we kind of took care of that with the samples, the layers that we added here. I'm pretty happy with kind of where they're sitting in general, so I'm just going to start to control the dynamics here. And I'm going to use a clipper. I like to use clippers on drums because it keeps them nice and punchy. Listen to what happens when I use too much of this. Distortion, right? Actually, it sounds pretty cool. I might use that as an effect, actually. Let's listen to that in the beginning. I mean, it's a departure from the original tone, but I kind of like it as an effect. I might intentionally clip that. What do you think, Caleb? Like the original tone better, or do you like that tone better?
Kind of split. I would kind of split the difference. I like a bit of it, but
I kind of like the blown out. It's cool though. It's fine. Like right about there.
that sounds nice to me. Yes.
Yeah. So to like crap all over Caleb's demonstration, we're not only half crap. We are saving headroom, but we're actually pushing this a little bit further and using it as a creative effect.
Yeah.
Right. So we're saving about 5 decibels of headroom on this thing right now, and it doesn't sound any less punchy, but because we're pushing it so hard, we're distorting the signal, right? That's what's giving it that gritty kind of distorted sound. And I think we're going to keep it here. We can do this in a more transparent way if we were to back off of it. right? So no audible tone change really kind of happening there, but I like a little bit of distortion. So I'm going to leave it like that. Just a creative decision. I want to figure out what the deal is with this snare also. This snare sounds super weak to me. So I've noticed that this happens in a few different spots, so I'm just going to copy and paste over some stronger snares when it gets weak. See? It's weird because it should be weak there, but it's not. I think there are some spots where just the snare sample is out of phase with the original snare.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the velocity value. Because it's not, it's clearly not like the strength of the transient or like an amplitude thing. Because I was going in here and some of the smaller waveforms are still nice and full and round sounding. And some of the biggest waveforms are the ones that were sounding kind of like weak to me. So I think there are probably just some out of phase, quite a few out of phase kind of drum hits.
Mm-hmm.
So just fixed all of those. Everybody following me on that? Cool. Now we can clip it. So check this out. I'll show you guys what's going on. The snare drum without clipping. 17, 15, 13. So 13-ish. So with clipping. 17, 16, 16, 16. 16. It's never going to go higher than 16. Right? So we're saving 3-4 decibels on the snare with no kind of like audible difference, right?
Same on the kick, about 4 dB on the kick as well. So that's a whole bunch of headroom we're saving on some pretty powerful parts of the song. These are loud parts of the song, loud instruments within the song.
Toots. Toots my goots. Let's do some bus processing. Me likey bussy processy. I'm going to add some tape across all my instrument buses. Drums, bass, guitars, and keys. I'm also going to put some tape on my stereo out. I want you to listen to the difference that just tape has on the signal. And actually, you know what? I should probably turn the output down a little bit. So it adds a little bit of amplitude. Okay, cool.
Love what that does to the kick. It's real nice.
Just kind of carry that over here. So tape will add some subtle imperfections to the sound, some saturation and some harmonic content, right? It'll actually add some new frequencies to the sound to make signals sound thicker or fuller or warmer, sometimes more open or more sparkly in the high end. That's just that's saturation when used subtly, and that's kind of analog emulation plugins like tape emulation, tube emulation, transistor emulation. You've got, channel strips, and you've got console emulation, all kinds of analog stuff, and it's just emulating what the signal would do going through the actual real life gear, like the actual circuitry. It's an analog signal going through the actual like capacitors and stuff, right? But now we can kind of emulate that in the box. Listen to the difference here. And I've just put some tape on the drums, bass, guitars, keys, and the stereo out. So without and then with. makes the mix like taller, right? There's more low end here. There's a little bit more high end. It's a little bit ticklier, right? That feels like it's already sitting way better to me. That hook, that ostinato hook. It comes in with a nice level of intensity that floats above everything else. I like where that's sitting so far. So are you guys with me here? You're hearing the difference between tape, no tape? 103, if you're with me.
Oh, the first one was 105. It was just a total fat finger.
Oops. Got too excited. And I typically like to do another layer of this. Another layer of saturation in some way, you know? And for me, my go-to desk is just this SSL desk, the 4KE. That's just kind of what I go with most of the time. That's kind of like my go-to. So what I'm going to do here is actually switch this to group 1. And then I'm going to take this desk and I'm going to put all of the groups through it. And this is kind of like summing, right? I'm going to put all the groups through it, and then on the mix bus, I'm going to put the mix bus through this other algorithm, right? It would be kind of like the same as a mix bus on an actual desk. The master on an actual desk, right? So we're on this SSL desk here. Listen. Can you hear the difference? You guys hearing it? Let's go to the Neve desk. See what the difference is. So notice what it's doing to the distortion on the kick drum. That's the kind of like the biggest difference to me is like, what is this doing to the kick drum? The SSL is like really bringing out the edge and the distortion of that kick drum, which is probably why this is my go-to desk, because I work in rock and work in metal and I work with these more aggressive kind of genres that require a whole ton of like high-end energy and just in your face, like relentless, right? But it's not right for this song. This is much more laid back and much more chill, right? So we're going to just kind of flip through these desks. And I've grouped them all together in the same group. So when I switch over the desk here on the mix bus, it's actually switching the desk over on all these other channels as well. You can see the knob move here, right? So if I go to the USA, which is an API, I'm just going to do that, right? So let's take a listen. I actually like the Trident console the most out of all these. A lot of these other ones are putting too much weight into the drums and just too much weight in the mix, like just a little bit too much low end. And I'm gonna just stick with that. I'm just gonna make the call and move forward. This is just feeling a little too much. You know, I don't quite know what to do with this kick drum, whether to keep the that clicky attack in there or to kind of like round it and soften it a little bit. Let's check our references. So that's a softer kind of kick drum, not as much click. That's a softer kick. This is softer than ours. So all of our references are kind of like on the softer side. Like there's less click in the kick. So, and that's kind of like where my gut was taking me to. My instinct was taking me. So I think what we'll do is we'll shave off some of the high end so that it's a little bit less abrasive. Hear the difference? Hear what I'm doing here? I've got a low pass filter from about 8K and above, right? It's the same thing as if I were to do that. Well, probably more gradual of a curve here. I feel like that. Methinks. We can go all the way to 2K if we want. So I went down to 5 or 6K, and then I just turned it down half a decibel, maybe a decibel. This is a taste thing, you know, but at the same time, it felt distracting from the rest of the instrumentation. But you got to take that with a grain of salt, too, because the vocal isn't in there yet. You guys with me? Should we pause for questions? Any questions? On harmonics, saturation, you know, analog emulation, any of the clipping that we did, any of the moves that we made in the past 30 minutes?
Is there a specific mindset behind a second instance of the same module in VMR?
Yep. Here's the mindset. This 600 hertz and 800 hertz are on the same exact knob. So if I wanted to cut 600 and 800 hertz, I can't just do it with one plugin. I have to add the second module. Make sense?
Makes sense to me, Jake.
Yeah, that's the only reason I would do anything like that. Because I physically can't do it with just one. Right? What I could have done is just grabbed like an SSL EQ, brought it in, turned one knob to 600 and turned the other knob to 800. But I like the curves on these custom series EQs, and it's faster for me to just be able to be like, boop, 600, boop, bring it down. I don't know. It's just where my brain took me in the moment. What else? I also really like those custom EQs. Like, I just like the curves of them and how easy they are to use. I really do.
Can we honestly achieve the same result using stock plugins? Yeah, pretty much. We've done it before.
Yeah.
We've done these events just using stock and free plugins.
Yeah, we've done a bunch. Which tape emulation suits me best? The Slate Digital one. The one I just used. But there's so many great ones out there. The IK multimedia ones are awesome. They're really, really good. The Waves ones, the Kramer and the other one, the J37. Those are good too. I just remember being so impressed by the IK multimedia ones. The tracks, T-Rex. Is the Saturn tape the same or similar from FabFilter? Saturn does have a tape in it.
Yep. I like the Saturn one.
There's tape in Logic too, stock. It doesn't look like that, and you have to get to it like with a roundabout kind of way, but it's in there.
Do you have a specific order for your channel strips?
As in, like, EQ first or dynamics processing first?
I assume that's what they're talking about.
I usually it's I go subtractive EQ and then compression and then additive EQ. That's kind of like my default, but not always. Sometimes it's just faster to just do stuff differently. Like, I won't add a de-esser before, typically on vocals, I won't add a de-esser before compression. Like, I want to hear what that vocal sounds like after it's been kind of like dynamically processed, and then I'll do some like EQs and de-essing and stuff like that. Where's the best place to use an 1176? Mixing. I'm about to use one. That's like literally my next move. I'm going to use an 1176 somewhere. Why are you not using the IK multimedia tapes here? Because I like the virtual tape machine. That's my favorite. You pick your favorite. You're going to come up with your favorites, your go-tos, and your favorites and things like that. Like, you go to any studio and studios have like their go-to chains, and studios have kind of like their go-to like setup for drums, or their go-to for vocals. Like, there's room for experimentation, but there's always kind of like that go-to thing that just works for you because you've run the tests and you've landed on stuff. And it's just my go-to. How much processing has been done so far on today's mix? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, not really a ton. I try to like subscribe to a less is more kind of approach. So yeah, try to ignore the vocals for now because we're not doing anything on vocals, but really not a whole lot. A few plugins here and there. Do you recommend putting effects on tracks with effects already baked in? Sometimes. Just got to play with stuff. Depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I'm not going to try to tune vocals with like reverbs baked into them or anything like that. How do you fix phase across the entire mix between all tracks? What scenario does that happen to you? Oh, live multitrack? Yeah. Because you got a whole bunch of mics. Yeah, mixing a live show. I hate live stuff. Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing, man. Like, I don't do any time adjusting of live stuff. Like if it's live, it is what it is, and you don't do any like real editing or anything like that, because that's when you start to screw things up, because then you have bleed to think of. And I don't even try to isolate things as much in a live scenario. When to use lower buffer size? When you're recording and you want low latency. How do you keep from over processing tracks? For me, I'm thinking, how can I solve this problem, or how can I accomplish the goal with like the least amount of moves possible? That's what I try to practice. It doesn't always work. Sometimes I go down the rabbit hole. Whatever. Have you ever mixed multiple basses in one song? Totally. Yeah, we've done it on these FTMs, on these Fix the Mixes before. You ever use isotope tonal balance too? No. Being a mix engineer and the producer makes the job easy because you mix while you produce. Yes, no? For me, yeah. I mean, if you understand mixing, as a producer, if you understand mixing, you're going to produce it to sound mixed, so that when it comes time to focus on the mix, you can focus more on enhancements rather than fixing problems.
Yeah, I think when you get faster, then it's appropriate to do mixing in your production. You shouldn't do anything that takes you out of creativity, but if you can work quickly, then it's just sound design at that point.
Yeah, so for me, it's like I'm not going to spend a whole ton of time like dialing in my drum tones or like my guitar tones and like reamping my guitars and stuff like that. I'm just going to go to some things that I know work and just be creative and build the song, right? And then I'm going to get into the details later. Just like we did in this, just like we're doing in this whole workflow, right? We started this whole mix by focusing on the song as a whole from top to bottom, just getting a basic volume balance, right? Just basic macro kind of stuff, right? And then after, I think the third pass or the fourth pass, we went in, tossed on the headphones, and we paid attention to the little nuances, the transitions, the details between the sections, addressing different parts of the arrangement in a way that's impactful and musical, right? So we started up here, high level, and then we just kind of like funneling down into the details. That's how I like to think about production and recording. We're starting high level. We're getting it good enough where I'm not saying ignore like balance and ignore tones and stuff like that, but prioritize creativity while you're in that kind of like creative sphere and you're in that part of the process, right? And then all this technical stuff, once you learn mastering and mixing, you're going to start to do that stuff instinctually as you're even producing. You know what I mean? That's just going to kind of come to you. So what Caleb said, that's the long way of saying exactly what Caleb said. Like just enough not to take you out of the creative zone and not to kill your momentum.
And that amount changes over time. I can do a lot more, and I do a lot more tone shaping, the styles that I work in, than Jake might. But I can do it so fast that it doesn't take me out. It's just part of the creativity.
Rinesh, sometimes yes, sometimes no to that question. If you were to use compression instead of clipping or limiting in the areas that you did, you wouldn't use makeup gain, right? So you could save headroom similar to a clipper or a limiter. Yeah, probably. Well, probably. It just depends on what it sounded like in the context of the mix.
Cool. What else do you think you're going to do today, Jake?
I don't know.
Before we wrap this up.
Oh, I told somebody I would use an 1176. I just love the way it sounds on the drums. I just like the way it sounds. I just like the glue that comes along with putting an 1176 on stuff. It just makes the drums like feel like they're disjointed to like one cohesive kind of unit, you know? But I am going to experiment with a different version of the 1176. The vintage, the blue stripe. And we'll play with it. We'll experiment with it. We'll see which one sounds, I don't know, the way that we want it to sound. We'll see which one's better. 21-2, 23-1. So right now we have the same settings in both. Let's turn the noise reduction off on this. Kick sounds a little bit tighter to me on this one, but like differences are pretty negligible. But here's the thing.
Seems like it's one is a little warm. The black one's a little warmer.
Yeah.
This one's a little brighter.
That's what I'm getting. Like it's a little bit rounder, like woof, woof, woof. And this one's a little bit tighter. But this has a side chain, like internal side chain option on it, which won't listen to the low end as much, right? Which might prevent kind of like that pumping of the cymbals, and it might prevent the snare from squishing. I don't know yet. Let's see. Let's engage it. And I actually don't know if anybody knows what the sidechain goes up to on this. I would love to know. The slate version of the 1176, the blue stripe. I actually don't like it.
Abort.
I prefer
Abort.
Yeah, abort. I don't know. I prefer the I prefer the pumping actually. Like I prefer kind of like that compact kind of totally compressed sound. Let's listen. I'm split. I don't care.
The black one's a little more, what is it? Squishy and moist.
And this one's a little tighter, crisper, you know? So totally up to you guys. What do you think? One for black, two for blue. This is going to be a nightmare. Can you do a poll?
No.
No. I'm split. I don't care.
Fine. I'll do a poll.
blue is tighter. The blue is tighter, black is squishier. I personally, just in this moment, have decided I like the blue more because of the openness of the snare. Maybe we'll go with the black and then just pull back the mix knob a little bit. Because y'all voted for the black. I think that sounds good. Right at about, 2, 3 o'clock, the mix knob. Cool. Happy with that.
I can see the light, little soldier. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, slip away.
I am going to pull out. Oh, looks like. What led you here? Mastering.com, Focusrite. Cool. Nope.
But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away.
See how much rolling off of this low end on the acoustic we can get away with?
My love is so fun. Pendulum keeps swinging. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right.
Okay, let's just do a quick reference check.
It's for me. Watch the time tick and slip away. Here right now, I can feel little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind. It's for me. I go left to right.
You are my best
But I'm here right now. I can feel right. Soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following. My mind slips and fade.
I don't even try.
Light little soldier, it's for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. It's for me, I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic. But you feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. It's for me, I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
I kind of like this guitar over here.
It's for
It's kind of decluttering the center and leaving room for that vocal. Also kind of counterbalancing the acoustic on the left side.
here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. It's for me, I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
Yeah, way better. So listen to what happens with that guitar when we pan it back to the center.
It's for me, I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here.
Just giving it its own space. I'm going to stick with that. I like it. Cool. I think that's all I'm going to do today. I feel pretty good about all of that. We'll save the heavy lifting on the vocals, unless you want me to demonstrate anything else, Caleb.
Nope. I think it's good.
We can do just kind of like maybe a final Q&A and then we'll call it. Do you guys want to do like a before and after maybe? With plugins, without plugins? Sounded more like a record?
I want you to listen for something there. I talked about that Les Mis reference yesterday. Notice when he turns everything back on, how much less distracting stuff there is in the stereo field. How much more you're able to listen to the vocal, even though the vocals are still not good. Listen for that, though.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Just glue. Do you hear it? None of your listeners would know much of the difference, but they would feel it. You know, they're not hearing things the way we are, but we're creating an immersive experience through controlling frequencies and dynamics. That's the whole name of the game. All right. Fantastic today, Jake. And tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun with these vocals. Lots of work to do. We're going to do some stuff we don't normally do, and we'll dig into those vocals. Thanks, everybody. Have a fantastic and safe and wonderful Tuesday. We'll see you all tomorrow, same time. Thanks, Jake. Thanks, everybody. See you later. Have a good one. Fix the Mix Challenge, Day 3. I always say this on Day 3. If you're still here, you're the true OGs. You're the true gluttons for punishment. You're the ones who really want it. Your passion has driven you to come back again and again and again. You guys really want it. My hat's off to you, all of you from Day 3. I want to talk about Day 2 big picture concepts, but I want to leave this one up to you. What did you take away from yesterday?
The clipping explanation, create space, know your tools, need more ear training, less is more. I saw a lot of you put less is more. Great. Macro, then micro. And another way, always focus. Yup, that's the key word, right? Focus. Totally. Absolutely. Taming dynamics. 1176 black or blue. So hopefully the higher level concept on that is run your own tests, right? A, B, your plugins. Switch back and forth, make a decision, move forward, right?
That's right.
References, great. The drums sound better in orange. You know it, baby. That's the most important one of all. Tiny plastic soldiers following me wherever I go. Christian, go see a doctor.
One of the best things was on Day 1 was the emphasis on not forcing everything up front, mix for depth and dimension. It's such a huge thing. One of the biggest problems with newer mix engineers that I'm mentoring is they're not trying to push everything forward. That's not their mindset, but over time, they'll start focusing on an instrument and push it a little bit forward, and then they'll focus on the next instrument and push it a little bit forward, and they just kind of keep compressing and pushing everything forward until everything's forward and it's all flat. Yeah, if everything's forward, nothing is, right? Exactly.
Fixing the bottom end will help the highs pop. Yup. Great. Yeah, lots of stuff.
I think that was fantastic. I'm glad the compression limiting clipping explanation's helpful.
Yeah.
And hopefully you got some insights into the mastering process as well. Today, it's all about vocals. So we're going in, we're going to carve out the frequencies we need to carve out. It's still about making space, dynamics, and all that spatial processing, but also editing today. So we're going to do some tightening of the vocals, some aligning of the vocals, some tuning of the vocals, which we don't usually do on these, but it's fun to do something different. I hope as we've been talking, you mentioned a bunch of the takeaways, but I really hope that you're starting to get this idea of the reverse learning process. In our reverse engineer program, we actually teach production mixing mastering, but we teach it in reverse. We start with mastering. And that comes from us having worked with, we used to only teach mastering engineers. We worked with so many different mastering engineers. And in training hundreds and even thousands of mastering engineers, I started to notice a pattern, which was that as people were learning mastering, it was really filling in the blanks for a lot of the rest of the process. It was filling in these gaps in knowledge for the rest of the process, because it instinctively gives you this understanding of all the mistakes people make through the process, especially in mixing. But all the way from the beginning too. Like, you can't master away a bad performance. You can't master away bad mic technique on the recording and the production. If you've built stuff up in certain ways, you can't master that away. Mastering is limited in what it can do. It's an important part of the process, but you're working with one stereo file, you know? So we start with mastering to give people, even beginners, to give people an understanding of the end in mind, to know where you're going. And when you know where you're going, it's so much easier to get there. And you learn through doing all these exercises that we give our students, the things that make mastering very hard and the things that make mastering easier for you to get up to that beautiful industry standard, to get it clear, to make it sound great on all different kinds of speakers, and to get those really trained ears, a really deep understanding of frequencies and dynamics. And then from there, you know exactly what to do to make your mixes and productions sound better. And then we teach those things. And for people that want to be mix and mastering engineers, that's obviously very helpful. But even for people who want to be producers, what we've found is that a lot of this technical understanding that you get from mastering and mixing actually unlocks your creativity. Think about it this way. If you've ever been a creative and you have a creative moment come, then we all know that those creative moments are just these little windows of opportunity to be creative. They don't last forever. Your ability to execute in those moments on a technical level make or break your ability to manifest the creativity inside of you to come out of the speakers the way you hear it. If you've ever had this problem where you say to yourself, I can't get the sounds I have in my head to come out of the speakers correctly, that's a technical issue. You know what you want it to sound like, but on a technical level, you're just not able to get it to come out. And so what we find is that even though we're focusing on very technical things in mastering and in mixing to some degree, mixing turns into a creative thing as well, whether it's allowing you as a mix engineer to tap more into the emotion and to be able to focus on that while you're mixing because you don't have to think about the technical things so much. Or if you're a producer, to be able to shape sound because it's the same tools on a technical level to really get the sounds you have in your head to come out of the speaker the way you hear them. It's that mastery over those essential technical tools. When you don't have to think about those anymore, the world unlocks for you and you can become very powerful. So I hope you're taking that away as we've been talking about kind of the end in mind perspective this week. For us, it's all connected together. The way this was produced, connected to how we mixed it, is going to connect in how we master it later today. So don't forget about that. That's very important. Also, before we begin, I want to talk a little bit about mindsets. In our programs, we also, and it would be remiss if we didn't do some of it here, we talk a lot about mindsets. In fact, mindsets, I think, are a lot of times the biggest indicator of success for somebody. The technical part is almost the easy part to learn. You just got to do a lot of repetition and work hard. But if you have bad mindsets, it doesn't matter how good you get, you limit yourself in your ability to progress. You hold yourself back by the things you believe about yourself. I see this time and time again. A recent memory is coming up of a student that I met with in L.A. a few weeks back. We do quarterly opportunities for people to come into a real studio, usually 2 or 3 times a year or quarterly, and have an experience in a real studio. And we were doing this. We also talk business with them at that time for some of the students that sign up for that. And we were having a business conversation. So we're talking about their trajectory, their path, where they want to go. And this person, I'll not name names, but it's this big guy, gentle as a giant kind of guy. Didn't really know where he wanted to go. And what he was saying to me was, I eventually want to do my own music, but maybe I'll just produce for other people. and keep growing and keep learning. And it's a big thing for me to help people understand that where they need to start, if they're going to put energy into building a business, it's hard enough to build a business in anything in this world, but let alone music, right? And so what I always encourage people to do is find the thing they're very most passionate about and start with that, because it's that passion that will drive you to do the hard work. And so I said, what are you most passionate about? And he said, well, probably my own stuff. Well, why aren't you doing that? Well, because, I don't know if I'm quite ready. I still have a lot to learn. I want to get going. So I'll just work with other people and make my mistakes there. And then eventually I'll do my own stuff. And I said, well, what are you most passionate about though? Well, my own stuff. Why don't you start with that? Well, I just don't know if I'm ready, but I'll think about it. And if you know me, I don't let people end on, I'll think about it. I said, well, why don't you think about it right now? Do it right now. What is this about? And then I let things get awkwardly quiet for like minutes of time. You ever sat minutes of time? I just let it be quiet. I knew if I spoke, I'd ruin it, right? And eventually, he literally just started crying. And out came all of these mindsets that were holding him back from what he really wanted to do, what he was really passionate about. He had all these excuses, all these reasons why he couldn't do that thing, that he wouldn't even say to himself. Saying, I'll think about it, is like, I'm going to put that out, this is my defense mechanism against the parts of myself I don't want to, and all these reasons why he was too afraid of failing, and it mattered so much to him. And I said, channel all of that passion into something better. And what you realize is, you do this long enough, and what you realize is that every day we define ourselves as we choose between fear and knowledge. We make so many choices every day between one of those two things. Fear is the mindset of the imposter syndrome, or I'm not good enough, or I can't do it, or I don't have time, or whatever million excuses you make that stop you from just getting the knowledge you need to go to the places you want to go in your life. Do you understand? How many choices do we make every day between those two things? And I've been noticing as we've been chatting, in the last few days, there's been a few that have come up. So I want to talk about 3 fear and knowledge mindsets that we could overcome. The first thing, don't take the easy path. We live in a world that's more and more prone to allowing us to take a painless, easy road to things. It's the dollar cheeseburger and the never-ending road of more and more TV and painless experiences. It's the cheap and easy way. I think we've become accustomed to that too much, the comfortable bubble. And I think that manifests for us as musicians sometimes as like the tips and tricks. We get on YouTube and it's the easy way is all the things that have the title that say 5 easy tips that will win you the Grammy or whatever, something stupid like that. We get on YouTube and it's full of the easy path. And it's not that tips and tricks aren't bad, but without that foundation that I'm talking about, that true understanding, that ninja-like mastery over the technical part, those tips and tricks don't mean much. What it causes for people is that they'll just come to a point of kind of mediocrity. There's this intermediate plateau that you hit up against where you can do some things because you know some tricks, but you don't have enough of the foundation to where you can really, again, manifest the things you have in your head to come out of the speakers the way you hear them. No, that only comes with hard work. Let me just tell you. It only comes with ear training and getting your room dialed in and really understanding the tools. That's why on these events, we weren't doing any tips and tricks. We were just doing EQ and compression and really Jake was showing us how to be a ninja with that stuff and to shape the sound with those things and to hear the kind of things that he was hearing. There's no way around it. And that doesn't matter if you're a creative or if you're mixing or mastering. It doesn't matter. Don't take the easy path. The road for you to get to where you want to go is going to be a lot of hard work, but it's joyous work, and you get to accomplish so much. Don't let any fear thoughts come in and stop you from doing the things. Take the harder path, but really get that knowledge. 2, don't listen to the gatekeepers. If you get on the forums, you'll have all these people that say, you need XYZ plugin, you need hardware, you need this DAW, you need this type of, you can't mix on headphones, you can't do these, you're whatever. How much, ones in chat, if you've heard all that kind of stuff, how much of that is out there, right? All of those things are just stopping you from getting to where you want to go. Jake could literally throw his headphones on right now and use Logic stock plugins and make this sound top 40 good. I have no doubt.
Darn right I could.
There is no magic plugin. There's no magic hardware. Your A to D converters aren't going to change your life. Some of that stuff matters a little bit, but it's the 2% stuff. What really matters is your skill and your knowledge about how to use the plugins. The stock stuff and the free stuff that's out there is good enough to do 99% of it. And the rest you can figure out. But don't let anyone tell you that that's what you need. And don't let anyone convince you that the reason you can't get your sounds that you have in your head to come out the speakers the way you hear them is because of those things. That's the real thing. Because then you think you need all this stuff and then you get it and you realize that wasn't it. And you've wasted time and money. Again, the road to getting to where you want to go just takes work. The last thing I want to talk about is connect with community and mentors. I love doing these challenges because look at all of you here. Let's see how many of you are here. 544 of you are here today on day 3 of this random webinar you found online. But what you're really doing is you're talking to each other, you're connecting with each other. We have other communities where people can be in forums together, where we're gathering all these really passionate people about music to come and have community, which is really important. I think as things have become democratized, the big studios are less and less important these days. Most people are doing stuff in their small studios, in their backyards or their basements. And that's great. I think that allows us to have all these opportunities, right, to create so much more music. But the thing it does also kind of cause is a disconnect from people. I've had so many people who've come into our programs who are actually really struggling with mental health because of the dark basement syndrome. You know, we need other people. And it's too easy to sit there in your little bubbles of thought and convince yourself of all sorts of things when we don't have other people who are as passionate as we are to bounce ideas off of. We really have to connect. We really need to have more communities. You all should be networking with each other in within these events, but also in our other platforms. You got to have community. And I also really believe in mentorship. Mentorship really changed my life. I was already working professionally in this industry. When I got my first mentor, I thought I knew it all. And it took about one call for me to be incredibly humbled because I, too, had fallen victim to that kind of echo chamber of thought. I thought I knew things and I thought I had it all figured out. And it took me not very much time in that community and mentorship to understand that a lot of that was my own echo chamber. And I just started to really grow so much more when I humbled myself and started working with other people. And I'm really thankful for my mentors. So those are the mindsets I wanted to talk about. Don't let any of that stuff stop you. Keep coming to these. Keep connecting with people. Don't think it's about the gear. Look at the better YouTube channels. If you come to our channels, we have 10-hour compression course as opposed to 5 tips that are going to win you a Grammy. You see the difference? We're trying to do it a different way. And then if you want to be more involved with us, obviously there's our reverse engineer program. We also have our membership program. And all of them kind of combat everything that I'm talking about. You get that one-on-one mentorship. It's a lifetime mentorship program, the reverse engineer is. You get all the curriculum, you come in, you come into our platform and there's hundreds of hours of trainings and it walks you through a whole process, but also just the community alone is so valuable. I was just sharing with my colleagues on a meeting we were just having before this of someone who had broken through and just started participating in the community and how much it changed his whole kind of he was struggling with a whole bunch of stuff and how much it had helped. So all of our, whether you're in our membership or reverse engineer program, it's all these three elements, because this is what we've learned over the last 10, 15 years of doing this, that this is what helps people get to where they want to go. So if you're interested in the way we do things, you don't have to come work with us, but get community and get mentorship somewhere. Overcome these mindsets somewhere. And if you're interested in learning more about what we're doing, you can just go onto our website, mastering.com. You can learn about the programs we have. You can even just book a call and talk to a real human. They're just kind of admissions counselors. They can talk to you about price. They can talk to you about payment plans and all these different things. They can show you where you need to go, or just tell you maybe you got to do a couple other things first. They'll just game plan with you to kind of figure something out. So feel free to hop on mastering.com if you'd like to be more involved with what we're doing. And I'll end with this. I always do. It's not magic, but it's pretty magical. What I mean by this is, if you're going to come work with us, just know that there's no magic sauce. There's no snake oil to sell you, because the reality is it's just hard work, repetitious practice, good mentorship, and community. There's nothing magic about that. But once you're in it, it does feel pretty magical to start breaking through those barriers that have held you back, and to overcome the mindsets that hold us all back, to start choosing knowledge over fear, to really start working towards our goals. And you can do whatever you want in this industry. It just depends on how hard you want to work. So if you'd like to come learn more about that, again, mastering.com, you can come learn about it. But get it somewhere, and don't let anything stop you from doing the things you want to do. I'll say my piece about that and then let it be. Thanks y'all for listening to Mindsets. But without further ado, it's demo time. You want to dive into some vocals?
Okay, let's get to work. We've got a lot to do today. We're gonna do some stuff that we don't usually do today, which is vocal editing. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna bring in these dry vocals. So we're gonna drag in these raw vocals. Look at them there. Got main vocals here, and I'm gonna drop these into my all vocal bus. Great. I'm gonna delete these vocals here. Boom. I'm gonna select these. I'm gonna normalize them. Boom. I'm gonna color them pink because that's how they sound best. So I just did that. Cool. Great. And this is what we've got. Right. Let's take a listen. I'm gonna get in right away here.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging. Ooh.
They are out of time, so just for everybody, they're gonna be, it looks like a measure off.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing.
Right? Is that right?
Your heart is on fire.
Nope. They're going to be a measure of the actually a few measures it looks like. Right here. I think marker 2 is where they're supposed to come in, because this ooh should be in this marker. Something to pay attention to, guys, when you're working with these, when you're practicing with these.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing.
So I'm going to use handy dandy Melodyne, and we're going to tune this thing here. And usually I do this on a couple separate screens. Like I'll have my Melodyne box up on my upper monitor here, and then I'll have my arrangement window open here. I can't do that for, because of demonstration purposes today, so I'm going to do my best to be fast with this. Let's move that to the top. And then we'll get in here. Okay. And then here is our line. Sweet. Let's get this captured.
Your heart.
So this is not a Melodyne tutorial. I'm really just going to speed through this. You can YouTube Melodyne stuff and how to actually work this program. But I do have some key commands that I've set up on my own so I can flip between things. So I can move quickly. I'm just going to go phrase by phrase here.
My love is so. My love is so fun. My love is so phony. My love is so phony. My love is so phony.
I'm actually going to tighten all of these up.
My love is so phony.
Get in just a little bit tighter here. Right there.
My love is so phony.
Better?
My love is so phony. It comes out wide.
And next phrase.
It comes out wide.
So what I just did there is I reduced the pitch modulation so there's less kind of wavering in the voice and less vibrato in the voice. Okay? I've also snapped these notes directly to the grid so they're perfectly in tune.
It comes out wide and it's freezing.
Big difference, right? Next phrase.
Your heart is on fire.
So I just snapped them to the grid. Now I'm going to just bring in the vibrato.
Your heart is on fire.
And we can hear that these notes are out of key.
Your heart is on fire.
And I think this is supposed to be there.
Your heart is on fire. Your heart is on fire. Your heart is on fire.
This drop sounds a little bit fake to me, so I'm going to bring up the pitch modulation.
Your heart is on fire.
Cool. This one also.
Your heart is on fire.
I think you went down actually. Fire.
Is it supposed to be like that? That's a,
I think
Your
so.
heart is on fire.
That sounds okay too, but I just remember the original.
Your heart is on fire. Your heart is on fire.
Yeah, that's it.
either, yeah.
I think that's what he had.
That's the original?
I think so, yeah.
Cool. We'll keep it like that.
Pendulum keeps swinging.
That sounds okay to me. I think I might just tighten up modulation a little bit.
Pendulum keeps swinging.
Now let's get this ooh.
I'm so thankful to be doing this.
What's that?
I'm so thankful to be doing this, finally. The other vocal was like all artifacty and just weird.
That actually doesn't sound bad. grab that one though. Control. A little bit more control there. Good. See, flex pitch doesn't really handle those, like the, what do they call it, glissandos, very well. Slurs.
In my future, no. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away.
All right, let's tighten that up a lot.
In my future, nobody waits. In my future.
Oh.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right. I go left to right. Watch the time.
That needs to be tightened.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right. Watch the time tick and slip away.
It's out of range.
In my future, slip away. Tick and slip away. But
Next.
But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
Lock them in. Bring down the modulation a little bit.
But I'm here right now. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. But I'm here right. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. But I'm here.
We're going to let that be a little bit more natural.
But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. But I'm here.
Nice. Next. Just go phrase by phrase. Let's lock them into the pitch. Take a listen.
Little plastic soldiers are following me.
That. To be a little bit tighter.
Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away.
Just get that down there. Yeah, a lot of this needs to be.
Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip.
This section here needs some work.
Eyes roll back and watch my mind slip. Eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. Eyes roll back and watch my mind slip.
Let's see what the deal is with this.
Eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. Eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away.
It actually sounds better.
I can watch my mind slip and fade away. I can watch my mind slip and fade away. I can watch my mind slip and fade away.
That maybe?
Slip and fade away.
There it is. Next.
But I'm here alright. I can see the light, little soldier. But I'm here alright. I can see the. But I'm here, alright. I can see the light, little soldier. But I'm here.
Just gonna reduce the modulation on the front end.
But I'm here, alright. I can.
No, maybe not this.
But I'm here, alright. I can see the light, little soldier. But I'm.
So still some kind of human, organic kind of phrasing in there.
When we.
Okay, next phrase.
When we sway together. When we.
Let's get this whole phrase.
How much do you charge for editing time typically? Because you don't do this in normal mixing.
I charge a lot for mixing, and just include it,
Oh, you can do it that way too.
whether it's needed or not. It's just, so what I do is I charge a premium for mixing, and then this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature are all complementary, is how I position it.
You can do it. Yeah, you can do it that way for sure.
But what I don't do is I don't give the artist the option. I did that for years, and sometimes what'll happen is an artist just wants to save a buck, and then I got something coming out of my studio with my name on it that is less than, it's less than my standards, right? Like, I am a service provider first and foremost, but like there's also a balance and like a pride in your work, right? So for me, it's included, complimentary. I just automatically charge more for mixing because of that.
When we sway together. When we sway. When we sway together. I hope we never lose our way.
It's actually pretty good.
When we sway together. I hope we never lose our way. When we sway together. I hope we never lose our way.
Next.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me too. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me too.
Timing's a little bit off here.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find.
Let's just kind of like move this over.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today.
Better. Did you guys catch what I did there? I just moved the note over a little bit.
Me today. Me today.
Let's keep that in key.
Today.
And let's down the mod a little bit.
Today. Today.
Just a little bit of a click there,
Today.
which I don't like.
Today.
I wonder what the original sounds like. Let's check it out.
Today.
So it's already in the original. So we're just gonna deal with it later.
Today. Today. Today.
See if it's even a problem later. It's gonna be. I have a feeling. chords up there. Cool. Happy with that. Notice this right here. I want you guys to notice this. That we have our pitch line coming up here. And even though this blob is down here in the G flat, the pitch line is actually here in the G, where it needs to be, right? So what we could do if we wanted to alter this is chop that up, and then our blob lands in the right spot. But for me, I don't care about that as long as it sounds right. And then I can quickly confirm and say, okay, it is on pitch because it's sitting here on G, the actual pitch itself, right? So just a little, this is how most tuning, vocal tuning software works, right? The things that you can edit are like blobs or blocks, and then what the pitch is actually doing is the line.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick. In my future, nobody waits.
In, right? Whole note.
In my future, nobody.
Whole step.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch.
So I'm going to just take down the pitch modulation on these top notes because they're the ones that are most sustained. There's a lot of movement between these other notes. So, I'm going to leave them natural.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick.
I'll release it a little bit.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the.
And I'm going to fix just this note just a little off. So just put it on the grid.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right.
Just kind of get him in the pocket a little bit more.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and.
Same with this, right? I go. Oh, my bad.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and.
Boom, I go, boom, I go, right?
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left.
It's not I go, it's I go.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to.
Oh, that's not right either. Ba ba ba. Nobody waits for me. Ba ba ba. That's right.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away.
Let's get those.
Watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now. Watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now. I can feel. I'm here right now. I can feel right away. But I'm here right now.
But I'm here right now. right? But I'm here right now.
But I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little soldier.
Is that right?
Way. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic way. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little soldier.
I can...
Way. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little soldier.
Let's bring modulation down on that. Just tighten that up.
I can feel right now, little soldier.
That's not bad.
I can feel right now, little soldier.
Next line.
Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away.
That vibrato is magical, so I'm going to leave it.
Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away.
Slip and fade away. Slip and fade away. Next.
But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. But I'm here alright, I can see the light. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Soldier.
The light, little soldier.
Tighten that up.
The light, little soldier. The light, little soldier.
Probably in key, right? Yep. It's a resolve. Cool. And that's the lead. Excellent. Now we're going to take that and we're going to bounce it in place. LV.
You think do you think a vocal line would tune the other ones well enough?
I think so.
Yeah. Is that what you're going to try?
It's my usual process. Yeah, I'll just kind of like, we'll have to assess these next. But before we get to that, any questions about what I just did? Was auto-tune baked into these vocals? No, I didn't hear any auto-tune baked into these vocals.
They were yesterday, but today these were raw. Yeah.
Yeah, not these dry, raw vocals. So you should always bounce in place after tuning? I do. Yeah, I mean, otherwise Melodyne's going to keep like firing. And it's just going to kind of like tax your CPU. And it will also, sometimes it'll prevent you from doing other stuff easily. It's easier to just make a new waveform, like make a new, print it.
I've even had tools like this and vocal line and tuning stuff like fail, and I come back and it's lost all that information for some reason. So
yeah, it'll like reset. Like
that's a lot more work than just like resetting a compressor. That I don't care if that happens because I can just redo it. But if it's all that work, it really sucks.
How did you know if you moved some of the notes in key or not? I'm just using my ears. First time I've seen that done. No, that was excellent. Reason for bounce in place, I just explained that. So you're welcome. Nope, all clear. Should we bake auto-tune into vocals? Only if it's exactly what you want. Totally. You can bake your auto-tune in if you want to. Are you always running Logic in Rosetta mode? I am right now because that's what I have to do in order to use my ARA plugins and not have to capture these waveforms into things like Vocaline and Melodyne in real time. Right? This just speeds everything up. So I am currently running in Rosetta mode, yes, because of that reason. It's just pitch correction. Yeah, it's just pitch correction. Why not use flex pitch? On a lead vocal, you can use flex pitch. It's not as forgiving as Melodyne, in my experience. You know, the algorithm's just not as smooth, and it's really easy to kind of create these unnatural like pops and clicks and artifacts with flex pitch. So what I'll often do is Melodyne the lead vocal, and then if I need to manually tune any of the backing vocals or anything like that, I'll just use flex pitch because it's quicker. Right? But for the lead, it's like the most important, it's like the centerpiece, it's the spotlight element of the mix. I'm gonna tune that with Melodyne. It's just a better algorithm. Just let the vocalist do the job at the source. Well, that's just, you don't always get that. Even with some of the best, absolute best vocalists, you know?
Yeah, I was saying in chat earlier, the goal is to sing it to a level that you don't hear any of the tuning, and it could still be superhuman, and you use it in a super light way. But almost every artist is still using tuning to some degree.
Do you have musical training, Jake? Yeah, just like high school. Any cons to setting the key and then snapping everything all at once, just as a starting point, and then reviewing it from there? Go ahead. Yeah, if you find that like saves you a bunch of time in your workflow, awesome, go for it.
That's what I do.
A lot of people do that. Is cleaning the tracks with EQ outside of the scope of this session? No, absolutely not. I mean, we did some EQing yesterday, and we're going to process these vocals, but we have to edit them first. Any chance you'll be mixing heavy stuff in the future? Oh, God, I hope so. I don't know. Probably. Did you go to audio engineering school? No. Any chance you'll mix EDM? Yes. Cool. All right, let's keep going here. Next up, we have a few backing vocals to handle. Let's get a lay of the land and see what the deal is with these.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right.
Okay, there's those, and then there's this.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Ooh.
So this is kind of a different chunk.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel.
Right now I'm just organizing.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here out now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
What's this one?
Nobody waits for me.
Okay, harmony, and then this one.
For me, I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Okay. That's a double. That's a true double. So I'm going to bring this up into the double. Let's see what this one is.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
All right, here's another double. Got it. So they were just kind of on different, like, weird tracks. Cool. So now I've got this kind of like background vocal that's got like a low, and then I've got this harmony, and then I've got this, which is what?
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today.
That's another. That is a true double, and then this is a harmony. That's a harmony, and then I'm just going to call that backing vocal. Okay. So this is what we've got then. I'm going to go ahead and hit these one by one. Make sure that these are nicely aligned. This one, yeah. I'm going to put this one in there. You'll see why in a minute. Okay. And here it is. Cool. Now I'm just going to join those together into one region. I'm going to join those together. So now I've got my lead vocal, and then I've got two doubles here. I've got a harmony, and I've got a backing vocal here. That one I'm just baking in place. We'll take care of those in a second. For now, what we're going to start with is just aligning these backing vocals to our lead vocal. And we're also going to tune them. Right? And I'm going to use a tool here called Vocal Line. And just basically does this all for you. So I've got my doubles, and then I've got my lead here. I'm just going to put them all on solo so you can hear what's going on. So first I'm going to capture my guide track. It's my lead vocal. There it is. I captured the entire region. And now I'm going to take these two. I'm going to select these as my dubs. Capture. And you'll see that it captured. And now it is working on automatically time aligning my doubles. All set. Well, again, I usually do this with two screens, so I don't have to like do as much, moving things around. I'll try to do this in a way that makes more sense. And now let's just listen to what we got going on. And here you can see that on each of these, we've matched the timing so that the difference between the dub and the lead vocal is going to be no more than 15 milliseconds. Right? So it's a pretty tight timing. Let's take a listen.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
So, what's the issue that we're having right now, though? Like, yeah, it sounds aligned and the timing's all right, but what about the pitch, right? So I'm going to go over here to our little pitch option. I'm going to say match pitch. And I've got the tuning match. Can be loose tuning or tighter tuning. I'm just going to keep it probably right around, I don't know, here-ish. 83, so pretty tight. That's our double. And then our other double, I want the same thing. We'll see how it sounds and we'll make it tighter if we need to. It's just kind of like my starting point.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
Sounds good to me.
Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Cool. That sounds good. Let's check this section. I don't always just I don't just set it and forget it, right? I always listen through and check, because with any automated tool, you're kind of leaving it up to their algorithm. And it's important to just put your ears on it and make sure it doesn't sound super unnatural, right?
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Yeah, that actually took pretty well. I'm happy with that. So I'm actually going to bounce those in place. Commit to those. And this one. Cool.
Yeah, and this is all just editing stuff. We still haven't started to even mix these vocals at all. There's a lot still to do.
Yep, so we've got our doubles now. Those are our new doubles and our old doubles. You guys want to hear the difference?
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soul. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away.
Hear the difference? Let's hide those. Let's take this. See what we got going on with this vocal.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today.
So this one, what we can do here is we can use the timing of that vocal, but we can't really use the pitch because it's a harmony.
Right. Yeah, you could just throw a quick auto tune on it or something. It's faster.
I'm going to go ahead and use the timing. I'm going to capture this. Now I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to capture this. And then we'll listen through. We will have to turn off the match pitch. Cool. Let's listen.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today.
Cool, that's tight.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But
There's that. Cool.
little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away.
Cool. That's good. Let's bounce it in place. Awesome. We'll take the original harmony and we will hide that. So now we have a harm. Our backing vocal. Let's get the time on this. There's our lead. There's our backing vocal. Let's check the time.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Cool. And we'll hide that one. And we've got this one. So now we've got some kind of final tuning work to do here. For this, I'm just going to quickly use flex pitch. Caleb's a fan of auto-tune, I'm not. So I'm just going to use this, and I can move fast enough.
Yeah, usually with backup vocals, I'll just do something quick and easy.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Ooh. Today. Ooh. In my future, nobody waits for me. In my future, no. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here. Little plastic soldiers are following. Soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. And fade away. Slip, slip and fade away.
That's done. This one.
Ooh. Ooh.
See, auto-tune would have placed that there.
Maybe.
You know, it might have automatically placed it up in that next area.
Yeah. Then you just go in and move that one.
You can move the one. Yep.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick. Right and watch the time tick. Right and watch the time tick, tick. Right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. Slip away. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little. Now I can feel right now, little. Now I can feel. Now I can feel. Now I can feel. Now I can feel right now. Now I can feel right now, little soldier. 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 Little plastic soldiers are Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip. Back and watch my mind slip. Watch my mind slip, slip, and watch my mind slip, slip, and fade away. Fade away. And fade away. But I'm here alright. But I'm here alright. I can see the light. I can see the light. I can see the light, little soldier. Soldier.
Done. Okay. Next, we're going to get into some mixing. Which is why we're here. So, any questions about any of that, guys? Let me pull up the chat so I can see what you're saying. I'd like to know when you are doing vocal line and pitch correction. So you are going through the whole track on lead vocals with no flyovers? What's a... like no flies? Yeah, I don't think there are any in this track. Yeah, if the original vocal was flown, like if it was a copy and paste job of like the lead vocal, like the chorus or something like that, I'll just tune one of the choruses and then I'll just copy and paste it over. But in this case, it was different, you know. I'm always looking for ways to kind of like shortcut that process because I mean, we've been doing just vocal tuning and aligning and editing for the last 45 minutes, an hour maybe. Right? So if there are ways that I can shortcut that, I will, but shortcutting does not equal cutting corners. How often do you get tracks not tuned like that? There's always kind of like an element of like going through the tracks just to see where they're at anyway. Some need a lot of work, some don't need any work at all. What is the general idea behind backing vocals if they sing the same notes? Is it to make the vocal louder? No, there's like subtle like differences between the double tracks and the lead vocal that kind of create, if they're all stacked on top of each other in the center of the mix, it can create this cool kind of like modulation. Or you can spread out your doubles or pan them to different parts of the stereo field to create a sense of width in the vocal. So those are the kind of ideas there. It's either texture in the center or kind of like making use of the stereo field, if I had to boil it down.
I have a question for all of you. A lot of times, the last few that we've done have been like pretty polished productions. I think we should definitely do those sometimes, but what would be the ideal ratio for all of you from like a little more indie mixes like this compared to more polished stuff? Yeah, I see that most of you are getting more out of this rougher mix. Obviously, there's some, and a lot of you are calling for like 50-50, 75-25, because you do get other stuff out of those other productions. It's like different teaching moments in a way.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's super, super important to look at like pro projects, like pro recordings and polished recordings and professional productions, because that gives you the insight that you need and it holds you to a standard that you otherwise might not be holding yourself to or might not even be aware of.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So I think that very much has to be in play for you guys, you know, for anybody just kind of like earlier on in the stages of their audio career. That was one of the things that just like exploded my growth personally, was when I was able to get my hands on like some serious like sessions, you know? So like, oh, this is what goes into a professional session. It's actually in the recording, you know, it's actually in the production. It actually starts with the performance, right? All that. And it kind of gives you ideas of how to get certain textures and certain sounds and how other artists and other engineers get certain sounds and certain textures using layering and different techniques. So
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out. I don't get sent a ton of stuff like this. I don't think this is like super bad or anything. So I know these guys actually are come to these events sometimes. That's how they heard about it to send it to me. But it's obviously a little more indie, recorded on a 2i2. Sounds great for that in that regard. But like, I don't always get sent stuff like this. We'll have to just keep our eye out, Jake, and get some rougher stuff in there time to time. This is going to sound great in about an hour from now. So wasn't so far off that we couldn't make it sound great.
no. And this was what, like 45 minutes or something like that?
Yeah, little editing. And people got a lot out of that. So
My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging. My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
I'm going to get rid of some of that, like this 200 hertz. So there's build up there.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that?
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire.
So I wanted to take care of that before I do some volume work here, some gain automation on this vocal, because that 200 hertz can give us the impression that the vocal's actually much louder than it is, because that one clump of frequencies actually is, right? So now that we have that in place, I'm going to add a gain plugin, and I'm just going to ride this vocal kind of up and down so that it sits well in the mix.
My love is so
And I'm actually going to put on my phones for this. Get a little bit more detailed here.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing.
Freezing.
And it's freezing.
Hear how just that word
It comes out white and it's freezing.
right? It was getting lost before.
Out white and it's freezing.
Hear how low it is there? And now we've balanced it out.
Comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum
Fire. We're kind of losing that a little bit, so we're going to bring that up.
if you're new, I have to say this every time, but it's this this gain, all these gain moves that he's doing right now is the secret sauce. If you just try to let Vocal Rider or a compressor do this, then you're not thinking with like enough human intention. This is your chance to to really bring that vocal to life in a human way. Like, what matters about this vocal? What parts are magical? What parts can I bring up? You should always do this. This is very important.
Freezing, your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
Pendulum keeps swinging. Let's listen again.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging. Your heart is on. It comes out white. Your heart is on.
Hear how there's like a difference in volume there, in amplitude?
It comes out white. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
Couldn't this be accomplished with track automation? This is automation. We're just doing it with the gain plugin and not the volume fader, so that the fader doesn't like snap back and forth if we want global volume control of this track. Makey sensey?
Pendulum keeps swinging. My future nobody waits for. In my future no. My future no.
So I didn't even hear that note.
In my future nobody.
The in?
In my future nobody waits for me. I go left to right.
I go is getting lost.
It's for me. I go left to right. Watch the time tick and slip away.
We'll bring that up.
Left to right. Watch the time tick and slip away.
Listen again.
In my future nobody waits for me. I go left to right. Watch the time tick and slip away.
And then away is mad low. So just kind of gradually kind of bring that up.
Slip away. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little soldier.
And then soldier comes down.
Right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Little soldier. Little plastic soldier.
See, the word little gets totally lost.
Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back.
Let my eyes.
Are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade. Following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade. Roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here, I'll roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away.
Fade away.
Slip and fade away. But I'm here, alright. I can see the light, little soldier. But I'm here, alright. I can see the light, little soldier. I can see the light.
I'm telling you right now that S is going to kill me.
I can see the
Philip just reminded me, I forgot to mention the binder. We're on this page today, and then the 2 pages following it. This is the vocal mixing formula. It's pretty similar to what we're doing. We're doing it slightly different because of all the other stuff, but yeah, it's the vocal mixing formula.
But I'm here, alright. I can see the light, little soldier.
We're going to take more of that sibilance away.
I can see the light, little soldier.
Soldier.
When we sway together, I hope we never lose our way. Ooh.
See, this whole chunk of vocal is much quieter than it was, you know, the first verse.
When we sway together, it's so phony. It comes out white. When we sway together, I hope we never lose our way. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me. Little plastic soldiers.
So that spike. Where's my marquee tool?
Plastic soldiers, plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. In my future, nobody waits for me. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to. In my future, nobody waits for me. In my future, nobody waits for me. I for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. Waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. Left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. Slip away. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now. But I'm here right now. I can slip away. But I'm here right now. I can. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little soldier. Soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. Following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I fade away. But I'm here alright. I can see the light, little soldier. But I'm here alright. I can see the light, little soldier. I go left to right. Here right now. Soldiers are following. My eyes roll back and nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. For me, I go left to. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright. I can see the light, little soldier. Roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright. I can see the light, little soldier.
We're just gonna bring that up and then we'll be done.
Little little soldier. Little soldier.
Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to bounce that in place.
What a difference that makes, right? Do y'all get the idea of that? It's not the same as just balancing. Obviously, we want everything to sit in the mix. Someone asked, well, will that kill dynamics? Well, no, I don't think we perceive dynamics as volume. I think we perceive dynamics in the way that they're singing. And certainly there's rises and falls between verses and chorus, but mostly it's by the way that they're singing. What we want is things to be consistent so that it sits in the mix. If the vocal's dipping back behind the music and coming forward, that just distracts us from the emotion that's going on. So balance is part of it. Vocal writer will do that, but vocal writer can't do some of the stuff he was doing by taking little parts of the word that were really magical and making those a little louder than you normally would and bringing them out and stuff like that. That's the human part that I was talking about. So you want to have both.
Totally.
And now we'll compress.
Yeah, now we'll do all kinds of stuff.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging. Nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier, little plastic soldiers. And I can see the future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. Soldier. When we sway together, I hope we never lose.
So all I did here was take out this 200. I added some compression to further squeeze the dynamic range on this vocal to make it a little bit more consistent. So keep the higher, louder parts from popping out, right? Kind of control those dynamics. We talked about that yesterday. And then I'm adding some de-essing to tame the sibilants, tame the S's and the T sounds. Okay.
Future nobody waits for. In my future nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Alrighty, let's bring our doubles in. I'm going to take this processing on the lead vocal and just copy it over to our doubles. Well, let's bring them in.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldier.
And I'm going to crank the de-essing on the doubles and the sides because I'm getting like this kind of thing.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away.
Alrighty, let's go to this harmony. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to copy over the processing. And we're going to take this harmony and we're going to spread this out to the sides using some Haas delay. I don't know why I just switched sides.
Away. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Ooh. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today.
And I'm actually going to kind of like smash this with some limiting here.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip. My future, nobody waits for me. But I'm here all now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Okay, so all I did here was copy over the processing to this background vocal, and then I sample delayed to the opposite side.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here.
Cool. And next, I'm going to go to the all vocals bus. I'm going to put some tape on there. I'm also going to put some console emulation on there.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
Okay, and now we're going to add some wet effects. There's some reverb. There's a slap. And then there's a delay. I already know, though, right now that I'm going to change my delay because this is like the perfect song for it. bit of stellar echo. So I'm just going to play with this thing.
So phony, it comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire, pendulum keeps swinging. Ooh.
It just sounds so silky smooth.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, tick, and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
So I'm going to filter out the extreme kind of top end here down to like 3.5 because I'm getting like too much sibilance coming through in the echoes.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick, and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
I'm going to take down the bass a little bit.
Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip, and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
Cool. I'm going to put my phones back on.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing.
That's cool. I do want crap. No, I don't want crap. I want to bring the stellar echo down for the verse.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
These horns are going to go back in the mix.
My love is so phony. It comes out white and it's freezing. Your heart is on fire. Pendulum keeps swinging.
So now I have kind of like an anchor. Like this vocal is very much my anchor here. So now I can kind of play with the balance of some other things. I want that guitar to kind of come up. Oh, not that guitar. Where's that synth here? That's not it. That bow wow 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 wow. This one, the synths. Synths. This guy right here. That. Let's see if we can bring that up.
Right now, little soldier. Little classic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
So I'm just rebalancing a few things in the chorus now that we have the vocals processed. And what we're going to do here is, although this volume works really well for like this first portion of the verse or of the chorus, it doesn't work very well when the vocal comes in. So we're going to automate it down. Hear the difference? So I think probably this vocal could use more high end.
My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can.
Let's compare it against some references. I think it's probably going to need some.
Nobody waits for me. I go left to right. Drive all night just to feel like you're okay. Classic soldiers are falling. Roll back and watch my future. Nobody waits for me. You are my pet. Watch the time tick and slip away.
Not too bad, actually.
My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right. All I ever asked of you, it was all I'm here right now. Is that the future? Little classic souls. Me, let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. My future, nobody waits for me. I go left.
Let's see what happens if we just add a little bit of something, a little bit of air.
My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little classic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. My future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little classic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick and slip. watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. In my future nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. In my future nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. In my future nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me.
Just like way too much of that 100, 200 stuff. So I just used multiband compression to tamp that down.
Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. Sway together, I hope we never lose our way. Little plastic soldiers, well they won't find me today. In my future nobody waits for me. In my future nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me.
I'm going to do something I don't usually do. I'm going to put some reverb on the drum bus.
I can watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Let's see how that sounds in the beginning.
My love is so phony, it comes out easy. Your heart is on fire, pendulum keeps swinging.
Put some chorus on that reverb. Hear the difference?
Left to right, watch the time tick, watch my mind slip, slip. Are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip.
So I'm just looking to get this more open, and like a little bit more space to it, a little bit more atmospheric. Don't worry, we'll finish this up in like 10 minutes. I'm just playing with things right now. I'm going to put reverb directly on this also. Just some, like a hall. I don't know. Start somewhere. I also am going to take this double and put it right in the center.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back.
Get a little bit more Elliott Smith, and then this, I'll just call this wide, and then I'll just sample delay this one. So I've got two vocals going dead center and then one wider, and this is just a texture thing.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip.
I'm going to do an extra layer of de-essing on that vocal. Right in this like 5K spot is where it's kind of the worst. And I'm going to go over to our stellar echo. And I would like to add an echo. Got that. We've got eighth note, a dotted eighth note, and then I'm going to add like a quarter note.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Is this in context?
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right, watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
And I'm going to add some chorusing to this to make it more interesting. Just right on the ostinato on the bus. Hopefully you can hear the difference there.
When we sway together, little cloud.
Did you catch what I just did there? I just took the high end down on the drum reverb. I just turned down the treble, the high end.
When we sway together, I hope we never lose our way. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today. Little plastic won't find me today.
Okay, we're gonna take these oohs, and we're gonna sue them. So what this will do, what this plugin does, is it automatically detects harshness or buildup and cuts it in real time. So I'm putting this on the ooh vox bus, Look at that. To 200, 300, 400. Hopefully you can hear that. Just kind of clearing out that space. I was picking up on it in the mix. It was kind of bothering me.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find.
And I do want that to come out in this section. So I'm actually going to add a gain plugin here to just automate those up. Let's listen.
Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today.
A little bit more.
Away. Little plastic soldiers, well, they won't find me today.
And I want this vocal to come, not all vocals. I want this vocal to come up a little bit in this section. We're almost done here, guys.
Find me today.
Okay.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away.
Seemed a little loud, didn't it?
Little plastic soul. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now. I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back, watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Cool. I think that's enough for today. We did a lot. We did a lot of stuff. I'd probably do a little bit more kind of like chiseling away at this. There are some like mouth sounds that I noticed in the vocal, so we could probably go back and do a little bit more editing to get some of that stuff out. I'd probably do a few more just kind of like beginning to ends where I am listening with the DAW just closed and then just taking notes on things that I'm hearing and kind of adjustments that I want to make. Let's do a quick listen before and after processing.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. In my future nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Cool. Hopefully everybody's hearing the difference there.
You gonna send that over and I'll master it real quick?
Here it comes. While Caleb's loading this up, any questions or maybe your takeaways? Biggest takeaways or any questions? How important are the curve shapes? Are the curve shapes during gain automation? How important are they? Like when I do like gradual, are you talking about when I do gradual like ramp ups or gradual kind of like decreases in volume? Yeah. Yeah, they're just kind of like an artistic thing. You know, I like to use kind of gradual slopes like that so that they don't sound like really, really choppy from word to word. Sometimes if you just do like a straight up and down kind of automation move, you can hear like between words or maybe like syllables and stuff like that are just like get kind of bubbly, I guess. I guess would be the best term for it.
What is
Bubbly.
that? What does that mean?
Artifacts. Like they sound unnatural and disorienting. What is the difference between sample delay and just panning? Panning, you're actually like moving the sound from one side or the other, or like moving that signal around the stereo field. It's actually more to do with amplitude, but for like just to make it simple, right? Like imagine you have a sound in the center, and panning, you can move it to the right or you can move it to the left. What a stereo delay or that Haas delay effect will do is split that signal into two, a left and a right. And then you can say, Mr. Sample Delay plugin or Stereo Delay plugin, delay only one side 20 milliseconds or something like that, right? So you effectively have two signals, one over here that happens right on the beat, and then one over here that's a little bit delayed, and it gives the effect of it being wide in a more balanced kind of way than just taking a signal and panning it to one side or the other. Hopefully that makes sense. Which console do you use? I don't use a console.
We'll do a really quick master here. I gotta get to my mentor call, but
Yep, sure.
let's do this real quick, and I'll try to walk you through it as I go fast. So on this style of music, I'm always going to hear how a little bit of saturation affects things. And just the default Saturn preset usually sounds pretty good to me. I'm going to start looking in the biggest part of the song.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
I'm going to clip this. It looks like it needs a little bit more dynamic control. And I'll just go ahead and clip this a little bit. See what I can get away with. We're going to go for no audible distortion, obviously, whatsoever.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my
Right, because I got all these little fast transients that I'm going to eventually need to push up into my final limiter. And if I can get away with clipping those without any audible distortion, that's just more headroom for me to push it up louder without it interacting with the final limiter. Does that make sense?
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right.
By the way, this is what the pads looks like. Let's get that up for you that would like to see that.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away.
Looked pretty good. We could probably use some high end, right? So let's go to our trusty, I'll do your move, Jake. Let's go to the EQP1A. Why not, right?
That's my move.
You own it. And then we'll compare it to the Clariphonic and see which one's better.
In my future, nobody waits for me.
By the way, listen to how this sounds just with this on and off with nothing happening.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are far.
That's just the analog emulation.
Yeah, it's like a lift. It's like a lift.
I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier.
Compare that to a Clariphonic. It's amazing how much I'm needing to put into that. There's just not a ton of information in that song up here, in the song up there.
12 seems to be like a magic number for me with that unit, though. The curve at 12 hertz like feels like it's presence without harshness.
Yeah,
That's just really nice.
yeah, I agree. Oh, let's see what this does. This will give us some more range to work
In
in.
my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm
You tell me which one y'all like better. We'll just start the UAD and then we'll turn them on and off. You guys tell me which one you like better.
in my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
All right, how about a little of both? That Pultec is really doing some magic work there.
Old Tech, it's like unanimous.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes.
No, we'll just do the UAD. We're just going to do the UAD. The Pultec, I mean. Bye-bye. They're not working well together, per se.
That Pultec feels like fuller, you know? It's just I think it's just the character of the unit.
Totally.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are
I got a little trick to pop those vocals out in a minute. I don't need to do much EQing on this.
my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the
That's going to matter more, like, it's not way out of bounds, but it's going to matter more in a sec when I start pumping energy into this thing. Those frequencies are going to come up louder. We're going to hear them. Let's see. What am I doing? Where am I at?
I don't know.
Live on a call. Here we go. This is what I want. Here we are.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time.
I think that clipper's just barely getting
In
some.
my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away.
Cool.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
The more I'm pumping energy into this, I want this to just be silky, silky smooth. And so I'm going to just kiss it up here with this. And then I'm actually going to turn all those frequencies up a little bit.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away.
All right, here's how we're going to pop these vocals out. Just give them a little bit more life. You've seen me use it before, but now's the time I really want to use it. Watch what this does. This has a character piece built in with this shape knob. It tends to pop that kind of 2 to 4K out a little bit.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Yep, clipping that channel a little bit, but I'll get it right now. We'll finish it off with our brick wall limiter. It's pretty fun, right? Did you hear how that just kind of pops it out? I've been wanting to hear that for a while. And I'm glad Jake didn't actually hype it anymore because there's some harshness in that vocal, but if he'd applied upward EQ in those frequencies, it would have been hard for me to do this move now.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip, slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier. In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick, tick and slip away.
I'd probably shoot Jake a quick message and just have him take some of that out in the mix, some of that kick low end, but it's not too bad.
In my future, nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are nobody waits for me. I go left to right and watch the time tick and slip away. But I'm here right now, I can feel right now, little soldier. Little plastic soldiers are following me. Let my eyes roll back and watch my mind slip and fade away. But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Something like that. What do you think, Jake?
I think it sounds great. You gave it a really nice lift.
Just get a little more life in there. It's such a dreamy song. It could get a little dreary if it didn't have the life.
Yeah, it's naturally dark. Not a lot of high frequency stuff in there.
Final limiter right at the end. Then we got it up to -7 short-term lefts, so plenty loud.
Can we hear a before and after, please?
I'll keep it loud. You can just hear what the EQing is doing.
But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
Just taking the blanket right off the speakers.
Yeah, and what I would do if I had a little more time, I'd just go in and just work with that soothe a little bit and just make sure I can make it the blankets off without any sign of harshness at all.
But I'm here alright, I can see the light, little soldier.
So yeah, I'd push back slightly and have Jake turn the snare down a dB or two and just roll off some of the low end in the kick, which he would have done anyway as he was finishing up the mix. But
No, it's perfect.
is that the metalhead talking? Forward kick and snare. Did y'all have fun? How many do we have left? For all 421 of you who are still here, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for coming to this month's Fix the Mix. I hope to see you next time. I hope to see you in our membership program or FTM or somewhere. Just come be involved with what we're doing. We're doing a cool thing, and we love to work with all of you. Next month, we got a cool produce-a-thon, I believe.
Got a lot of cool things next month. Stay tuned.
Yeah, it's going to be a ton of fun.
It's going to blow your mind. Caleb, before you go, why did the bullet lose its job?
He was hitting the barrel too hard at night.
It got fired.
I like my answer better. With that said, thanks everybody. We'll see y'all next time. Have a good one. Peace.